Are we working? Oh, hey, oh my god, it's actually working now. Cool. Don't really know what happened there. It just made a whole new stream for some reason. All right. There we go. This one's better. So I'm not streaming to Twitter this time because Slink, you're saying this isn't working? I can't tell. I can't even see it moving on my screen, so. Okay, it looks like it's good. Cool. Screw Twitter. It was quite good to like funnel people through, but I don't know. I mean, it would still get like 2,000 views, to be fair, through the Twitter one, which is crazy. I don't know if it like shows up more on people's feeds or not, but let me drop a link to this on Twitter as well here. Hey Donna, how's it going? Very kind of you. My beard is getting a little bit scraggly. I really need to have a bit of a trim. I want to cut off all my hair as well. It's like I've had long hair for like 5 years now, and I'm just so done with it. It's like it's so unuseful, or like more than unuseful. It's inconvenient. I just have it tied up all the time. Like literally, I tie it up to go to bed, and then I tie it up in the morning. It's just like, what is the point in having long hair? Like, it's just, and then it takes forever to dry, forever, and I can't wear hats, can't wear my like bike helmet properly. Got to solve that problem, right? Yeah, sorry I'm a little bit late. I was trying to download the new node timings branch, and the Blender servers are just super slow today. It took me like 20 minutes. Or, well, actually I don't know what the time is now. Yeah, pretty close to 20 minutes to download it. Crazy. I think that's the right link. Yeah, probably. All right. My Spencer, you're growing your hair. It's good. It's nice. It's like, I think it's worth experiencing long hair, but it can be nice to like get out of a shower and dry your hair like you've just dried it, like it's not a big deal, rather than it still being wet the next day. Horrible. Hey, Tiny Nick, another stream, getting lucky. And yeah, Slink, thanks for the NFT advert. That was that was fun. Oh, different wigs. Yes. Although, aren't wigs quite expensive? I feel like that could be an expensive hobby. But you do you. Cool. All right. So for anybody who didn't jump in the stream yesterday, we're making a little mouse house for the tiny prompt. I'm doing like a lot of different things for it, so it's going to be hopefully quite busy, like visually interesting. And yeah, I think it's going to take a few days. I can't do any streaming tomorrow because it's my brother's birthday, and then I will be back on it on Thursday. So I'm going to stream for like the next 5 hours, and we're going to just see how far we get. But I'm not stressing. I'm not trying to rush anything. All right. You had your wife braid it like Viking style. Oh, no way. That's so cool. It's nice when it feels like a L'Oreal ad. If your hair is like straight and silky, I can believe that. Mine is so curly and like voluminous. Because it's actually like, if I let it down, it's wider than my shoulders. So I just look like I have this triangle over my head, which is really unattractive. Not a good vibe. Here we go. Right. Do you have any tips for Do you have any tips to have geometry nodes cling to an object like water? Do you mean like surface tension, or do you mean just like drops on an object, like condensation? Because you could do surface tension, like where you get the skin coming up on the edge of something. My hair isn't straight and neither am I. Own it. Yeah, so for like surface tension, you could use geometry proximity. And then you could essentially like, right, okay, so yeah, I would just use like a Z offset or a normal offset based on the geometry proximity node. Excuse me. Oh, I'm like such a late sleeper. I only got up at like 2 o'clock and now it's 3 o'clock. So bad. I just have this really bad habit of just like, I really enjoy dreaming, and like when I wake up I have quite a strong imagination. Like my mental eye is very I don't know, it's very clear. Like I can just essentially like watch, it's like my dreams are like a TV series. I can just like create scenarios and experience them for a while. So even if I get up at like, or even if I wake up at like 10 in the morning, I'm so, I don't want to say addicted, but it's like I can't really compel myself to get out of bed, because I'm just like, oh, I could just like watch cool stuff for a few hours in my head. That sounds way sadder, but it's yeah. Third eye open, exactly. Alright, let's grab a cube in here. Let's just use this. So the cube is going to be our like surface tension object. The grid is going to be our water. I've got wireframe showing, which is why it's all horrible and moire patterny. You can remember your dreams. I can. I pretty much remember all of my dreams, and I also have like serial dreams, not like breakfast cereal. Like I have dreams that lead on from previous dreams. So I might have like the same dream universe, I guess, over like the course of a week. It does make reality a little bit less interesting though. It sounds like a disorder. Yeah, maybe. Alright, so we're going for, basically we need to transform the surface. Right, so we're going to go and grab a set position, and we're just going to move it along the normal, which in this case is the z-axis, but you may have different axes, so best to do it along the normal. So we're just going to add the normal to the position. Right, so these two are going to get added together. Vector math. Like this, and then this goes into the position. Right, so right now everything moves up a meter because the normal vector is 1. Can you control your dreams while you're in them? It depends if it's like a hypnagogic state, which is like where you're waking up or going to sleep. Or if it's like a dream, then generally no, I just sort of experience it. But I can have, like, especially hypnagogic, like while I'm falling asleep and waking up, I essentially have like, I want to say like 20% control. I'm more like a conductor. Like I direct scenarios, but then they play themselves out. Yeah. I don't know. It's kind of a fun way to be. Hey, how's it going? How's it going, folks? Can you change it? Well, oh, the dreams. Yeah. But it's not like I have complete control. It's not like I could suddenly be like, okay, now I'm flying. It's like, I don't know. It's sort of changing scenario rules a little bit. Of modeling in real life. Oh my god. That actually sounds so good. We got to do some more social modeling. I'm missing the Blender Royales. Now that they're not running, I want to jump in. But obviously they'll be back in I think the 6th of December is the first one. Right, so I need to find the geometry proximity between these. So essentially, where is this cube, which needs to be a bit smaller? Where is it near the surface of the grid? And that's when we can like pull it up to be our surface tension. So I'm just going to make this a little bit smaller just so we can work with it. I'm going to put a transform here as well so that we can rotate it and see the effect. And then we're just going to add a, but it comes with a dose of sleep paralysis. Yeah. If you're claustrophobic, sleep paralysis is just the worst. I find it so difficult. And then I'll also stop breathing. So it's kind of like a combination of sleep apnea and sleep paralysis. I swear this is how I'm going to die. Is like refusing to wake up and then just dying. All good fun. All good fun. Right, so we're finding the proximity to the faces on our target for the surface tension. We're interested in the distance. So I'm going to map range so I get some fall off control. I'm going to use this to control the scale of my normal. So where it's close, we're going to have a higher scale. And where it's further away, we have a lower scale. And yeah, that's basically going to control this, right? So right now it's pushing up a really long way. And we want it less than a meter, so we only want it to be like, I don't know, maybe a centimeter at absolute most. And, wow, can I even find this? Oh, I think I'm going to sneeze. Okay, we're good. We just want to bring this in to be like nice and close to the edge. And let's give it a smoother step as well, just so we get a little bit of a roll on that. And then if I join these two together, right, then you can see that we get a little bit of smoothing on here. So this is probably easier with that mat cap. So even if I like rotate this, you can see that we're getting that kind of surface tension along our shape wherever it touches. We're getting a little bit of a raised up edge. Hey, Riaz, how's it going? Blender 4 with VR, you can, no, pardon me, what's the name of it? Maui VR. So this is a version of Blender 2.8 which has full VR modeling support. What's it called? Oh yeah, Mori plugin. So if you have a VR headset, you can try this. It's not in active development. Last update was the 6th of May, 2020. So ancient, but it does allow you to have complete like VR control for modeling. I used it a bit, and yeah. It was an interesting experience. I found it quite sickening. I'm not really like a big fan of VR. I get quite motion sick. Yeah, I've never had a VR experience that I've been like, oh my god, this is incredible. And yeah, I've always thought that the experience of the VR headset was so much worse than the benefit of the VR experience. So I'm just like, I'm just not down for it. Yeah, Tilt Brush is cool. It's cool. Although the new thing, there's a new version because Google Poly shut down. And then some people I know made like a new version of Tilt Brush, which is like the open source one that everybody uses now. If you're into VR, follow VR Rosie, I think is her @ on Twitter. Rosie Summer, she's like an amazing VR artist. Anyway, that's like the general premise of how to do surface tension. Half-Life Alyx was the most incredible thing you've ever played. I still just can't get past the automation. Like, you're not really moving. Do you know? I want to feel like I don't know, to me WASD on a keyboard is so natural, and walking around physically is very natural. But in VR, the whole teleport thing, I'm not about it. And the continuous locomotion with the thumbsticks, I find really sickening because you're moving but you can't feel you're moving. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not built for VR. PSVR. Dreams, is that the thing? PlayStation Dreams, where they make worlds in, you can like use VR for that. Right, what are we going for? We've got our teacup. Let's make this smooth shaded as well. Your head starts to hurt. I'm really interested in trying out the new VR headsets, like the Lynx. The Lynx R1. That's one of these new ones, which is like way smaller. You can see you're not like completely boxed in. Oh, my internet is not going so fast. Yeah, so you don't have like the peripherals being blocked off. So I'm interested in seeing how that actually works. But it's $600. This isn't something that I can just try out. There's a new... Actually, I mean, there's loads of new ones. This year is like really good for VR headsets and VR technology. So you use an Index. Oof, that's a pricey bit of kit. Should be good though. The tracking in it should be really good. I really like the inside out tracking you get with like Quest 2 and a few of the other ones, but Meta are working on a similar profile. Yeah, I saw one that was, I think it still has the peripheral blockers, like the blinkers, but yeah, the Reverb, that's the other one that I was thinking of, the small one. There's a few, there's the LG, no, that's not the Reverb, is it? There's an LG headset, which is just like, looks like glasses. I saw some people on Twitter using it. Oh no, I can't find it now. Although I can find a really ugly one. Anyway. Total fad like 3D TVs. I think it's I think AR and XR is where it's at. VR, I don't know, I was listening to the Zuckerberg thing where he's talking about how amazing the metaverse is going to be now that he's got a company which owns the branding for Meta because he's a twat. I can't believe he did that. I can't believe he was allowed to use a word like that, which is so synonymous, and like the metaverse is a thing. It's not owned by Facebook, but now everybody knows it's like the Facebook metaverse, or I guess the Meta or Horizon metaverse, whatever. It's like, I don't know, I find it really disgusting that companies are allowed to use common use words, kind of similar to Apple. It's like, do they own Apple? Anyway. Have I ever tried to implement differential equations in Blender? I don't even know what a differential equation is, but I'm sure it's possible. I'm sure people have done it. I mean, if it's just maths, then it would be very simple. Yeah, I'm not very good at maths. Right, I need to make a toothbrush, which will be like our little back scratcher for the mouse. Wait, are they getting sued for the Meta name? Well, they can pay anything. They don't care. I might just make a little bit of water to go on the top of here. I'll just stick a circle in. Mesh primitive circle. Is there a 2D plot node? There is not, but you can just use a line node and use the XY plane and view it from above. That's what I've always done with stuff. Everything about Facebook disgusts me. Understandable. It is an absolute nightmare of a company. Right, let's bring these in. Oh, another company that sues them. I think it's funny that the iPhone is like a company. Like Apple didn't make the first iPhone, some random guy did. And then Apple was like, we want to use this. And then this guy sued them and they were like, this is fine, we'll just pay the sue. Like every single year we just pay to shut this guy up. Right, let's move this up a little bit. make it a bit bigger. Spark AR. Rate 0.09. What is a diffusion reaction? I can actually show you one because someone on Facebook, I don't know if you know the Tissue add-on by Alessandro Zamparelli, but Alessandro Zamparelli runs the Blender for Computational Design Facebook page. If you hate Facebook, I still recommend that you get one so that you can follow the pages, because you get to see some incredible work on there. So this animation is just, I don't know, it's so beautiful, and it was made with Blender, and it's one of these ones that you look at and you're like, how did they do that? But it's using the Tissue add-on that he makes, so I guess it stands to reason that he's very good at using it. But it's yeah, very beautiful. Wow, so satisfying. And there should be a 2D, 3D plot node. Just make your own. It's really easy. You just add a line and a set position, and then you've got your your conversion or your translation. 0.07. 0.075. Yeah, if you're interested in Tissue, Alessandro has a really good YouTube channel where he teaches it, and it's one of the default add-ons. Although if you want the up-to-date version, you'll need to actually download it from his GitHub, I think. Cool. Apple, Facebook, Amazon, yeah. It's difficult because, like, if I was a big company, I would want to, you know, you never get to a stage where you're like, okay, I'm done now. This is enough. It's like you always want to push it and see how far you can go. Like, how far ahead in the race can you get? You're never going to stop. You're never going to stop. Even if, you know, even me with my sense of morality and community spirit, is this tea? No, this is the bath. So it's going to have water, and I might put some like steam, volume steam over it. Anyway, right, let's make a toothbrush. So it needs to be like a shorter toothbrush. So I guess I need something like this. And then this can just be like a quad, maybe, which is different sizes. And then a lot of brushes, a lot of bristles up here. And these can all be the same length, that's fine. And I want it to feel like it's been like sheared off or broken or something. I don't know, might have to make that end a bit rougher. It's a teacup bath, exactly. Perfect size for a little mouse. So, this is when an extrude node would come in handy. Let's just use let's use a quad. How was the tea water made with transfer? You chewed it. Right, let's grab a line. Same as always, right? Curve, resample curve, curve parameter, utility float curve, switch that into the value instead of the factor, set radius, and then curve to mesh with a quad that we can put a fillet on. So grab a quad node and a fillet, and then we'll just put that on there. Cool. He looks away for 4 minutes. How's there a teacup? We made a bunch of stuff yesterday. Eric, we don't have enough minimum zoom. I can't fit everything in. So there's a few things that we made. I'm gonna have to stack these in 2 rows. Come Let's go. Oh, still need more space. So yeah, we made a few things yesterday. And we're going to come and basically keep adding things. I have a list, a to-do list here, which has 23 things. So we're down. We're down a good way. Fast as heck. Fast as heck, son. Right, let's, how long do we want this to be? Only like little. Oh, I guess it should fit the teacup. But we'll go with like 0.1. And maybe like 20 things. And let's make our quad, like the maximum is going to be 0.015 in both. And our radius is going to be way smaller. Yeah, something like that. Fill caps. And let's go. You fell asleep 3 hours into yesterday's stream. Sometime after the needle. Oh, 1 hour. Hey, Sahel, how's it going? We're just continuing today, so nice and easy. So I would like to make this a little bit bigger and bring some of these in, and then out at the end. That's kind of toothbrushy. Let's bring both of these down. It's weird, as soon as you try and think about making something, you realize you really have no idea what something looks like. Have you tried doing VFX using GeoNodes? I have not, but Late as Usual has. His work's amazing. If you just have a look on Twitter for Late as Usual, just incredible work. These streams are great to pop in and out of. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I know some people want these like turned into tutorials, and that's just not really on the cards. These are, you know, if you want to follow along, then absolutely be my guest. But I'm not. I don't really do these with the intention that people are able to, like, follow them. That would be too much. Too much. Right, we're going to use our vector inject now because I actually want to switch out some values here. Is he late as usual? Well, he's not here, so he must be late. Right, set position. Let's turn on our overlay so we can see here. We're just going to work positive and negative y. So let's grab a geometry set position. Oops. Like this. Even without the intention to make a tutorial. Oh, thank you. I gotta say, if you're able to follow these and learn from these, then you're already pretty good. Like, you already know quite a lot of stuff if you're able to keep along. It's like if you can follow one of Ian Hubert's lazy tutorials. If you can do that, you're good. You're good. Right, I'm gonna go like positive and negative. We're gonna take the position into here and into here. That's good. And I want to replace the y values, but I don't want to squish it. I basically want to say vector separate x, y, z, so we're splitting these. We're just going to use a math node. I could have less memory intensive and CPU intensive to use a compare float, so let's do that. We're comparing where y is less than 0, and then we're going to grab a map range. Stick that into the value, 0 to 1, that's fine. This goes into our value. Now we can see kind of what's going on. I'll actually set this to greater than, just so that our normals don't flip. MySpencer, you got a question? Go ahead. And I'm just going to make this mirrored, so let's grab a value, set one of these to -1, multiply by -1, join this one up to our 2min, 2max, 0.01. Just downloaded the Octane for Blender free trial. Anyone else tried it? There's a few people in here, I think, that use Octane, or maybe not in here. Certainly on the Discord server there are a few. You're not good enough to follow along. That's you know that's not true. are you making the scene like this so that you can randomize it at the end? Like input different seeds and everything shuffles but fits the starting criteria, essentially. Yeah, so I, just as you would with traditional modeling, my like ridiculous over-dependence on nodes is solely for November. Like I would model this. I would model this by hand generally. In fact, I would probably do some, you know, like if I wanted it to look like it being cut, I would sculpt it. You know, I would do high res stuff and destructive stuff like sculpting. But with it being November, we're just trying to do stuff a little bit more procedurally. And yeah, so the goal is basically to make a whole bunch of different assets. And I guess the convenient thing about having them all in a node tree like this is that we can then control data like from one to the other. So when it comes to doing things like, I don't know, making cables or wires or grass or whatever, you can do it like really relative to data that you've already got in the node tree. But I would definitely not recommend doing this for production work. This is just for funsies. Gonna get things working. Yeah. Just have fun with it, but don't become dependent on nodes because there are faster ways to do different things. Right, I kind of want to bend this out a little bit. So that'll be a vector rotate. Yeah, exactly. Certain things are really good to do procedurally, where you need variation, where you need control between multiple objects. But a lot of stuff, like if I'm making an asset which looks in a certain way, there is no reason to do it procedurally. Just use the tools that you want to use, basically. Right, let's grab a vector rotate. We are going to rotate the position at this position, which is 0.07. And I'm just measuring that by doing my like control or shift right click to position my 3D cursor. You just want to make everything with nodes. I feel that in my bones. If you're just doing a quick concept, it's going to be faster not using geometry nodes. Yeah, for sure. For sure. If you're doing form finding, then there is a benefit to doing it procedurally, because you can find like these novel results of geometries that you may not have ever come up with yourself. For example, if you're making a sculpture, so hand habits and eye habits are something that we get into a lot. We end up making work that's very like rote, like it fits itself into all of the other work that you make, right? This is especially common with 2D artists where you're drawing shapes because you literally have the muscle memory to do that. For 3D artists, I think it's more of a kind of a habit and an expectation from others that makes us fall into the habits of doing stuff. But with doing stuff procedurally, you can kind of free yourself from doing that because you're no longer the sole designer. Your artistic vision, unless you're doing stuff like this, which is stupid, but if you're doing stuff which is a bit more form-findy and free-form, then you can do a lot of stuff where your output is so far removed from your imagination. Essentially, like your inputs are so many steps away from the final output. It's gone through so many procedures and been manipulated in so many different ways that you can no longer really like preconceive how that's going to look at the end. So it's really interesting. You're merging node timings to master. Okay, that's very exciting. So node timings should be in tomorrow. Is that right? For tomorrow's daily build? Here we go. Right. Yeah, so if you're feeling like you're doing a lot of the same old work, then proceduralism might actually help you break it up a little bit. Right, we're going to be rotating in the x-axis here. Oh boy, that's too much. There we go, just a little bend like that. And then we need to add some bristles. So let's grab, right now no timings as a branch, but yeah, it's going to be merged into master, which is good. This is kind of how all the development on experimental features works. Slink's falling asleep. I think it's not even that late for you. It's the middle of the afternoon. We're making some, I guess a grid is probably going to be the best way to do this. Drink some tea. Don't mind if I do. Physically accurate materials are not important. It is, but your voice, thank you. Take that as a compliment. Right then, I'm going to grab just a regular old grid. We're going to position this up here. Yeah, the only thing that matters about materials, and really anything, is whether or not it fits your artistic vision for the project. If you're doing client work, they very often seem to want photorealistic finishes. But as long as you're doing something which kind of works for the goal, it has to be in service to the concept. I think that's something that a lot of people don't really think about too much. You know, things have to fit the Riaz. Things have to fit the concept that you're working towards, because otherwise it's just like kind of pointless, you know. So let's get this lined up. And that goes for more than just, you know, that goes for every kind of image or sound, anything creative. If you have a concept and you keep to it quite rigorously, it's going to allow you to create some much more interesting and compelling works. People appreciate concepts and storytelling way more than anything else. Have you considered making cinematics? I mean, for me personally, probably not. I've got some like ideas for stuff that I want to work on, and I'm kind of wrestling with the idea of turning down lots of client work and everything so that I can just focus on actually making work. But that's kind of a scary thing as well. There we go, something like that's fine. Right, bring this in. And shorter. Hey, Alex. Yeah, Nugget. Yes. Right then, what am I going for here? 8? 8? No, 8, 7. So it's times like these that I really miss working manually, so that I can just, you know, move something to where it needs to be. It's like when Apple adds headphone jacks back to their phones, and they're like, oh my god, it's the future. We're adding all of these ports. We're so nice. That's how I feel about going back to 3D modeling. It's like, I feel like I'm going backwards, but at the same time it's like, oh god, it's so much better. Principal BSDF is simplified for artistic reasons. Yeah. Principal BSDF is actually not a good node. Like it's convenient and it provides plenty of utility, but you're much better off actually making your own shaders. Hey Lior, how's it going? Right, I'm going to instance a bunch of circles on these actually, because you know how like toothbrushes have bunches of bristles? So we're going to do that. Instance on points. Normal, align rotation to the normals. Texture. Oh yeah, we don't want it. We don't want it before the join. Yeah, adjust values from the viewport. That would be so good. If I could like click on a transform and then get a 3D gizmo like the like this one. Oh wait, do I even have that one? There we go. So I get this, like click a transform node and get the gizmo. That's what you need. That's what you need to have happen. And especially with nodes like when it comes eventually, things like the mirror node is going to be so much more useful, and also the bisect, to be able to have like the 3D viewport gizmo that's like, oh, let me just, you know, G, S and R to actually move this where I want it to be. Right, rotation, Z, that's fine. We're going to instance circles, mesh circles, there we go. And these are going to be 5 by 1 millimeter. Maybe that's too many. Something like that's probably fine. Gonna play with your little doggo. If anyone's interested in what Slink's doggo looks like, we have we have them as an emoji on the Discord server. It's like a beautiful hellhound. Looks like a black wolf. Right then, let's make these have faces. Say hi to doggo. Okay, we're going with n-gons. That's fine. And then we're going to distribute. Why not use node tabber? I have it. I just like to show where stuff is in the menus when I'm doing video stuff, because I don't know, I think it helps people. It helps people see where stuff is. You can search for stuff all the time, but especially if you're a beginner, just go and read. Open the add menu and just read what everything is. See what options are available to you. I don't think it actually helps beginners just searching all the time, because you have no idea what the options are. Are there any plans in Blender to make it work with really small numbers? No. It's really annoying, because like the defaults on the sliders, if I click this and I like shift, I'm still only working in like individual centimeters here, or you know, like hundreds. And if I control, then I'm working on like units, which would be meters if this was something else. But yeah, the number of times I end up adding a math node that's like divide by 100 or something, and then I can just have actually a little bit of useful control on my divide, or you know, on whatever. You've never used the add menu in your life. It's good. I wouldn't say it's a good habit to get into necessarily. Like if you know what you're looking for, search for it. And you can search from like the regular search menu as well. Can you search normal nodes as well? Ah. I don't know if this should be possible. I just added a Sverchok node to geometry nodes. Let me try and add something else. Okay, can we use these? What the heck? Oh, okay, did not like that. Oh my god. Let's get back into this. Let's delete those. It shouldn't have happened. Right, let's make some bristles. Instance on points. Wait, no, make points. and then instance on points, and then I guess maybe a curve line, and we can just maybe wiggle them a little bit. Yeah, curve line, and then we'll just skin it afterwards. That'll be fine. Imagine if it worked. Yeah, that would actually be so useful. If you had like complete integration between all of the different node trees in a single unified node editor, that would be amazing. That's what I want. All of this having loads of different node editors to do loads of different things. Not a fan. Not a fan. Right, curve line. These need to be tiny. We're going to do the rotation thing. And I need this to be way higher. What's the Blender launcher you just used? Let me grab you a link for that. It's very useful. I use it all the time. It is just the Blender launcher by .bow. Here we go. Imagine the menu. Yeah, it would be crazy. You'd have to have different menus, I think, or like categorize the menus a bit. Could I ask what you're trying to create today? Something tiny? So today we're making a mouse house that has a bunch of different stuff. So we're making loads of different assets right now, and that's not very performant, is it? Yeah, loads of different assets, and then we're going to start actually building up the house itself. Let's maybe turn this down a little bit. Cool. You mentioned something about the scale and small numbers earlier. You can change the scene scale, you can, which is on this one. Oh wait, that's for changing the... Wait, can you change the scene scale as well? Like the... Is that the world scene? The world scale? Oh, in here? Units. Ah, okay. Oh, I see. Interesting. Yeah, because you can actually just set this length to millimeters straight away. Cool. I hope it works with Mac. I think it does. I think there's a release for everything. I think anyway, might be wrong. Best to do it in a new file. I will leave it untouched. Alright, let's make these a little bit shorter. We're going with like 0.02, I guess. Or maybe even shorter. 0.01. 0.013. There we go. And let's also randomize this rotation a bit. So we're just going to add a utility rotate Euler. And a random vector. So I'll just use the one in my toolkit because it's bipolar. So let's grab this in here. And now we can just set our main vector to 0 and our deviation to something tiny. Just to give us a little bit of variation in here. And then we can just curve to mesh. And curve circle. These need to be really tiny. This is definitely not going to show up in a render. I see, I see. I'm going to use my... Just like cannot abide by the default nodes. Yeah, no, I just, when I say it's bipolar, it just means that it adds and subtracts. So you have like a deviation value and it goes both ways from your target vector. Let's just join this back together, I guess. So this one and this one. feel like that initial grid needs a little bit of tweaking. Or maybe after the circles, actually. Let's maybe tweak that in there. Could I use Cycles X with an i7-1660 Ti? Yeah, that's a fast computer. I don't know why people look at PCs like that and they're like, oh, this isn't going to be fast enough. Like, no, you're good. You're good. You're not saying that Cycles is better than Octane. You know it isn't. Well, it depends what you're after. Cycles in some instances is better than Octane, and like Lux Render is better than Cycles for some stuff. But if you want like the best one, that is pretty much just the best, you want V-Ray. There's not really much. There's not really much competition. Let's squeeze this in a little bit. Do I need to? Probably not. Am I going to anyway? Maybe we just check. Oh no, that's. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? Octane is bland. Octane gives you really good like results immediately, I thought. So set position on this. We're going to be doing. Let's go about input position. And then separate. X, Y, Z. Let's grab this. And then Z from. Where's this? Like 0.08? Is that 4, 8? Yeah. I always add vector math. So it's from the Z from 0.08. Too many polys for a brush? Nah. Obviously a hero asset. To 0.1. Here we go. And I need to therefore scale this down on the. Right, let's just do this. Right, float curve. And then this can go into a combine X, Y, Z. And this is our x-axis. Y and Z go to 1. Multiply this by the original position. And that can be the new position. There we go. Alright. Somewhere like this. Perfect. So ridiculous. Oh, the launcher is just Windows and Linux. Oh, unlucky. Oh, the Blender Artist Twitter account. Yeah, but I think it's it's a good, like, the Blender Artist forum is actually a really good resource. So I'd recommend everybody who is submitting stuff to go and submit their work to the gallery there. Here we go. Hey, that'll do. That'll do. Maybe I can randomize the length a little bit, which I will use my own random float. Here we go. And aiming for like 0.8 with a deviation of 0.2. So that's going to be from like 0.6 to 1. That'll be fine. How you just shaped it. The float curve is like super easy once you know how to get stuff to multiply correctly. So I'm essentially just scaling one particular axis down by the float curve. Nice and simple. Right. You might notice that all of these have the same distribution of points. You probably don't, because it's actually very dense, and we're going to see it from like here, so unnecessary. But if you wanted these to be individual, then you would simply realize the instances in here just before your next distribute, and that would, because when you like instance on top of instances, or when you distribute points on top of instances, they all come out with the same distribution. Yeah, the hardest part of the float curve is not plugging the value into the factor. I thought this got fixed. I swear I saw a patch for it. But I've got into the habit now of like doing my auto connection and then Alt S. So you like do that and then Alt S to switch it. Gum pick on the bottom. A gum pick? Like for picking your gums? That's wild. Do your toothbrushes have that? It makes mine look so like basic. I kind of want some sort of something at the bottom. You remember the days of Blender Render? Oh yeah, it took me ages to actually transition to Cycles. It's not that I didn't trust it, but it was like learning a whole new thing and also having a terrible laptop at the time. I want some kind of like stuff at the bottom. I might just displace it. So I'm going to add just going to use my noise displacement. Displace noise, here we go. And I'll do that on the handle up here. We're going to go with the vector. And I want to set my strength by the Z position. How about rubber bands on the handle? Ooh, that might be a good idea actually. We can wrap some stuff around it nice and easy. I'll just use a bunch of circles and we can raycast them at the thing. Let me just displace the base of this. So I can use this for my control, for my strength. And we're interested in from 0 to 0.01. What? 0.08, there we go. I might need to actually subdivide this. Your daughter has 10 rubber bands on the brush handle. That's such an odd thing to do. Are they like hair bands or rubber bands? Is that hygienic? How peculiar. They should go over each other. Ooh, that's going to be a bit tricky. We're going to have to like... This is when you need loops. We're going to have to do something. Maybe we can just do it with a node group and then we can do it that way. Right, scale, smaller, something like this, and then something like that, just so it feels a bit more broken. Maybe we come up slightly higher here, just so it looks a little bit more chewed up. Right, so the rule for adding these bands is going to be add a band at a random position with a random location, and then raycast it at the surface so that we get it to like stick, and then solidify it, and then like join it onto the next one and do the next band so that it overlays. And I can probably add like 3 or 4 at the same time. Alright. This is always, it's a fun learning experience. I know like for the overall composition it's not very useful, but for learning, everything's always every day's a school day. That's how we like to do things here. Can you do simulations with geometry nodes in Blender? Nope. Not unless you write your own simulation engine with math nodes, which is possible, but you would be crazy to do that. Right, so we're going to take a mesh line, which is 0.05 high. So we have like 5 centimeters of mesh line in here. Let's join these two together and just have a look at this. Oh, way too long. 0.005. Wait, is this toothbrush really, really tiny? Oh, right, no, it's just because of the offset. That's fine. Right. So I only actually want like 4 bands per thing. Hey, Ponsora, how's it going? which case we can set this to like 0.01, 0.02, 0.016, that's good. Then we want to randomize the position a little bit so they're not super regular. So let's go add set position. We're going to offset in the Z by a random vector. Let's just use regular ones for this. Random value with control, shift and oh right, yeah. We're using alt shift. Alt shift gives you the connector output. Yeah, alt shift click. We're going to be moving these in the Z axis, so 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. We're going to just move it like a centimeter up or down. There we go. So now we have a randomized list. We can now get these to show up as circles. So instance on points, and we can just grab some little circles in here. Make these small, 0.02, something like that. Cool. So one of these is below, so we're going to just need to make sure that we delete that when it doesn't hit the surface. Maybe I make this a little bit higher actually, 0.01. There we go, that'll be fine. And then I also want to use another random value for my rotation. And we're going to go from like -0.2 to 0.2. That should give us maybe a little bit more randomization. 0.3 to 0.3. Cool. Cool. Am I married? Married to Blender? Suzanne. No other woman for me. Right, let's find... I guess we're raycasting this? Is there a way to drag a node out of a connection? But what do you mean? Do you mean like, if I don't want this random value? Or, well, so like this join geometry, it's in the middle of a connection, but I can just like alt drag it out, or just click and drag it back in. So I'm just holding alt to remove it there without losing the connection. If you want to delete it entirely, you can press Ctrl X and it'll just like dissolve. Why don't I stream on Twitch? Because I don't have any following on Twitch and I'm not really interested in Twitch for Blender stuff. I don't find Twitch is very useful for searching stuff. Twitch is just like terrible in every time I've used Twitch I've been like, this is horrible. I don't understand it and I want it to go away. Okay, so we've got our bands. We need to now raycast them at this. So this is our toothbrush. I am going to start using Twitch, but not for Blender. I'm going to use it for reading stories and just having some like chill talk streams. But like YouTube is, I get a lot of hours of like watch time for streaming here. Like I can get 500 hours from one stream, so it's really good for my channel and for the algorithm and things, which helps my channel overall, which helps my income, so that's a good thing. Have you ever printed from Blender? Not personally, but I know people who have. There's a 3D print add-on which you can add. Print tools. 3D print toolbox, here we go. And it adds some nodes to your sidebar in the 3D viewport, here we go. Things like finding statistics, doing cleanup, transforming your objects, exporting it to OBJ, STL, PLY, something like that. So as long as your mesh is manifold and you don't have anything which has a thickness, so you can check your thicknesses, of below your filament size on your printer, you should be good. Bands on the toothbrush make no sense. I thought it was a hairbrush. It's fine. we can just do this anyway. This is like an interesting, oh my god, is there a butterfly in my room? And this is just like an interesting challenge. Oh, the stream got you to buy the toolkit? Thanks so much. I hope it helps you. Oh my god, there is definitely a butterfly in my room. It is not a fan of my lights. Okay, well, if anything flies past the camera, you know what it is. It's gonna be like shadows flying everywhere. Alright, so we are raycasting at the toothbrush, which means that these all need to like shoot inwards. We're just gonna go horizontal here. The one with the little ball at the end of every strand. Yeah, I know, yeah, hairbrush. But this one is fun. It's interesting to see if to see what we can do in terms of like a non-loop, like a manual loop, doing it with a node group. Time to get a geometry node lamp. Yeah. Okay, what am I doing here? I need to like shoot these inwards, which means the ray direction is the position of the point scaled. So like multiply z by 0, so it's just shooting inwards, and then multiply x and y by -1, so it's shooting, yeah, towards the central axis, towards the z-axis. So we can just take an input position, and then, hey Mario, oh, I'm glad. This is actually one of the reasons that I know I keep mentioning it and not doing it, but the whole like teaching maths thing, doing a maths course, because so many people, especially like people who have been told that they're not mathsy, find learning maths really stressful. But if people find my delivery like unstressful, relaxing, then hopefully it's gonna, I don't know, just give people a little bit more time to actually think through their problems. Not like general problems, think through their maths problems. I'm afraid that is all I'm qualified to help you with. Right, so we're raycasting towards the center now. Ray length can be like 1. I don't know if that makes any difference. And if we set the position in here, then I guess we need to apply to realize instances. Does this make it better? Oh, it does make it better. Oh, thanks so much. Cool. These are kind of working. Maybe I make them like less and then subdivide them. Oh yeah, maybe it is working actually. Just gotta look at it from the right angle. Weird. Let's go. We've got our set position. Now we can just like mesh to curve, curve to mesh. Mesh to curve. Grab a quad, we're going to do a curve to mesh. And then we can set these nice and small. So the width, if it's a rubber band, I know you would do bands like a few times around, right? But we're just doing these as single bands. So you would be able to do that with spiral or something like that. Or just doing this a few times over. I just hate trying to look up a solution only to find it's written in ancient Greek. Yeah. So true. And it's like, oh, I just want to learn the general formula so I know it for next time. And it's like what is it? These are not numbers. So we're going 0.001, 0.004. All right. These are looking like some bands, although they're not sat vertically, which is slightly annoying. Maybe we just make them the same in each way. A rubber band node. There's a special add-on which lets you do ropes, like ties ropes onto stuff, and you just like you put a thing around and then you just and it all sucks in nice and close. Very cool. Covers your mesh and rubber bands. Well, as soon as we get loop nodes, you'll be able to do this with a single node rather than being like, just add this group node 5 times. Let's make this just like 0.002, so 2 millimeters in both axes. That saves me having to actually deal with anything. Cool. Alright, so this adds rubber bands and then joins it to our original mesh. Oh, they are not pretty. That's not pretty. Maybe we need to rotate our ray direction with the same random value. Let's give that a go. So rotate vector, set this to Euler, plug in this as our rotation. Maybe invert it. No, I'm going to have to give that a hard no. That does not look good. Oh, right, because that's per thing. Shocking. So actually, instead of it, I need to transfer an instance real quick. So let's get rid of this realize instances. Use my transfer instance. There is actually the attribute instance thing now, although I'm not sure how that works. So I guess I'm not using it. Right. So I can just do that, and then maybe this now works. Still not good. Vector math, scale -1. Not a fan. Alright. Let's get rid of that and go back to just realizing instances. We'll deal with just deal with these not looking so linear as they might do. It would definitely be a cool node to add. I'm going to be doing expansion packs for the toolkit, so you could use them like on their own, and it'll just add like the Arendelle toolkit, and it will get like a section like specifically for an expansion pack. But if you already have the toolkit, then it will just add an additional section. So I'm going to do things like urban greeble, things kind of like the wire flood, but more specified. So things like aerial generators, pipe generators, lampposts, telegraph poles, things like that, as node groups. And then you'll also get, let me make this into a node group. Yeah, so that'll be like one node group, and then there'll be other node groups to do different things, other expansions to do different things. But yeah, that's all a bit further down the line. I need to wait for my developer, Josh, to have a little bit of time to work on that, and also for me to actually make the nodes. Yeah, if it's like Wireflood, then you can't wait. Well, I'm glad. It's going to be basically a lot of stuff like that are just super easy to handle. So it's not really like you have to do anything. So right, so if I'm not wrong, this node group should just add more. Damn, that's going through itself. That's not that good. Add more seeds. These are going like up the top now. What's the current node count? It depends how many times I loop this. Let's just change the seed on these nice and random. You can see it's kind of having fun. It's not looking too good, but it is at least rising up on each other. Maybe these circles should actually be way lower res, and we should... Oh no. Damn. I wish it would... I need a way to like have the external points. I'm just wondering if I like scaled each one to 0 in the z-axis, and then... No, that wouldn't work. I was thinking about using the, what's it called? Convex hull? Let's go for 20. Here we go. Right. Well, this is kind of good because it means that we can actually make, we can stick rubber bands on anything now. Pretty much, anyway. Cool. It's just a little bit more visual interest, so I'm down for it. That was a fun little aside. Why is the profile square? Because I'm lazy and it would take a lot more work to make it more sculpted with nodes. We are up to 646 nodes. Oh my god, this is taking, it's going to be a long time before we hit 5,000. What's the time on the nodes? Is a timings, node timings. So you can turn that on. It should be in master tomorrow, or if you want it today, you need to grab the experimental branch. Right, toothbrush, we can sign that off. Let's also add. Do you see another ETK node? It's coming. It's coming. Let's add a material, set material. Here, this one's going to be toothbrush bristles. I don't really know what that's going to really mean, but I may end up merging loads of these into just like general things, or we'll do something in the material to make it a bit more interesting and illustrative. It's not an add-on, it's actually like a default thing for Blender, so you should have it tomorrow. Toothbrush bristles. Where are we looking? Toothbrush bristles. And toothbrush itself comes before. Update on the viewer, the index viewer. You've now got one material. That's nice, awesome. Put rubber bands on Suzanne. We actually can, it would be super easy to do that now. Let's make sure that we have material, set material on here as well. So this can be our rubber bands. Do we have any rubber bands yet? No. Rubber bands. How does your default, I'm using the matcap view. Right now we're using the normal matcap. Because I would normally use flat random, but because everything is in a single object, everything is unfortunately the same color. So I've been enjoying just having it set to matcap at the moment. And the normal one lets you have the different, well, it lets you see the normals. Alright, good stuff. So we've got all of our materials set on here. Let's set this into a little collection. Control J. And this is toothbrush. Who's up next? The earring. So this is one of our like main light fixtures. Let's see if I can find some references for these. Could you have a Suzanne at the bottom of the handle? We're going to have some stamps on the back of the wall, like pictures hanging on the wall, and those are going to be little Suzanne queens. So that'll be fun. Right, earrings. Dangly? Such like scientific searches. There's a lot of really hideous earrings. My lord. They're just so gaudy. I'm not a fan of gold at all. I just want something which is like, you know, like has a lot of things hanging off it. Could be a chandelier in a mouse's house. Maybe I just make something up. Yeah, looks like I'm going to make something up. Oh wait, that's fine, that's fine. What is my beverage? It is tea. Oh, it's very cold tea at the moment. It was hot when I originally sat down just over an hour ago. Make sure you capture the original normals of Suzanne when you do the stamps. Oh yeah, good shout. Although, how are we going to use them? Well, we'll see. We might be able to use them in the shader. Hey Astrid, we are continuing yesterday's build. So we only got like a third of the way through yesterday, if that. So we're going to continue like a mobile. Oh, you mean like a baby like a baby's mobile thing, like a hanging, spinny one. Yeah, we're just basically to put something at the top, right? Send it to shaders. Yeah, I'll make a note of that, but I think there's going to be a lot of stuff being passed out to shaders. Oh, we gotta get into food at some point as well. Greater Lego, the perfume bottle. I'm actually quite looking forward to doing that, like the little, pss, pss, you know, one of those diffuser ones. Because the chat was distracting. I do this for the chat. I'm not here to like work quickly, or yeah, I'm not stressing. It's all just about hanging out and having a nice time, switching it up a bit. I think, you know, like 3D artists, we work on our own so much, so it's nice to just hang out sometimes. Am I into video games? I wish I were. I used to be really into video games. I used to like play a lot of Counter-Strike and Battlefield, but also games like Monster Hunter and Elder Scrolls. But now I find it really difficult to not just play Blender. Blender is my video game now. I just end up, like, if I play a game now, if I'm like, oh, I just really need a break from Blender for a few hours, and I start playing a game, I get in like 10 minutes, and I'm like, ooh, I can't really feel like this is a good use of my time. I just start getting stressed, basically, that I'm not on Blender. Wondering what PC I've got. I have a remind me of Bob Ross. Ghost of... yeah, I've seen that one, actually. I haven't played it. My PC specs are an RTX 2070 Super and a Ryzen 9 3900X. Oh, we have HIP support instead of OpenCL, so that's cool. So if you're an AMD person, it looks like the master build actually has this in now. Good stuff. You're becoming Blender itself like CG Matter did. Yeah, he was working way too hard. I'm glad he's having a little bit more diversity in his life now. It's good to have a break. Right, let me make some things. How many hours did I spend in Blender? In total, I've been using Blender pretty obsessively. Well, I started using Blender in like 2009 because we didn't really have internet, or we had like ADSL, like slow broadband, but it was so slow. It was like literally dial-up speeds when I was growing up. So which cards does the HIP thing support? It should support anything which is 5000 series or newer. Yeah. So we're going to do something like this, I think, and then just have like a little bit of chain work coming down. What am I drawing? I'm drawing our earring chandelier thing. So it's going to be just like some dangly stuff hanging off. Maybe this should actually be arched. That might be a bit prettier. Yeah, can you tell I don't look at earrings that much? What was the version of Blender in 2009? It was 2.49b. Yeah. Long time ago. A lot of people got into it with 2.49 though. I occasionally say like, oh, been using it since 2.49. People are like, oh my god, same. But I didn't really, I was using it like a lot, but I wasn't using it, I don't know, I want to say I wasn't using it a lot. I was definitely using it every day though. Until, I guess like 2011. So for like 2 years. How do you go to the pen tool this quick? Is it hotkey? Yeah, hold D and you'll get the draw, and D and right click lets you erase. So left click to draw, right click to erase while holding D. Looks like a coat hanger, thank you. Yeah, so I used it a lot, I guess, for like 2 years, getting up to a standard where I was like, I could go to university and do computer animation. And then I did. so I didn't really use it so much when I was at sixth form, which is like college, like 17, 18 years old. And then I did like a few things with it though, for my portfolio to go to university. And then I went to university, I went to Bournemouth, like the National Centre for Computer Animation at Bournemouth. And that was like a really prestigious course, and I dropped out so fast. I just could not. They were trying to teach us Python, and I'm so not this. I know this is like, people don't believe me when I say this, but like I'm so not technical that I just cannot understand programming languages and scripting and stuff. So I basically had to drop out because I couldn't do any of the scripting modules, or the maths modules. And then, yeah, so I basically stopped using Blender for like 4 years, maybe. I stopped using it at uni because we had to use Maya. Ugh. And then, and then I dropped out at the end of my first year. And then I retrained as a cabinet maker. So I was just like doing woodwork all the time. So I was never using Blender for like 2 years plus a year out. And then I went to university again to do interior design. And then, I guess, during my second year, I started using Blender again properly. And then I've used it a lot since the end of my third year. So I guess I've had like a pretty big break in the middle. But yeah, you just do what you do. You're doing visual scripting pretty much every day. I know, but the logic is so much easier because I have all of my options and I can see them. I can't hold that information in my head. I can't script because I can't, like, there's too much to have in my head and just be like, oh, I know all of the commands to write. That's just not really how I work. If I can see all of these different options, then that's different. I can actually pick them from a list. Since you've used Sverjock, it's like Python visual scripting. I might try learning Python again because I feel like I've got like probably a better basis than I had last time. Where did I go for interior design? I did it at Manchester School of Art, which is part of MMU. So north of England in Manchester, central Manchester. It was good fun. It's a good course. Tutors are amazing. University administration is not good, as with most university administrations. That's right, it's just like the suits ruin everything for everyone. It's the same everywhere you go though. Right, what am I doing? We are using some Bezier segments. This is probably the easiest way for us to get something relatively correct, hopefully. Let's start at 0 so that we can instance on it. That butterfly's going crazy. And why does the toothbrush have ramen all over it? Do you not eat your ramen with a toothbrush? It's like 2 birds with 1 stone. You don't even have to brush your teeth after eating. What? That butterfly is getting angry. Alright, let's come back to 0 here. The time over each node. No, I'm using an experimental branch of Blender, which has node timings built in, and you can find it on the experimental branches, or you can wait until tomorrow where it will be in master. It's so funny how everybody asks that. More time for Blender that way, exactly. Right, what am I doing here? This needs to come in this way. Oh, I really need like more points, right? If we're coming up and then across and then down like this. That's kind of earring shaped, right? Maybe I should just do this with a line or a grid and then delete most of the lines. Let's do that. Let's try that. Just committed to master 2 minutes ago. Nice. Well, the build bot goes out at night, doesn't it? So it should be available about 11-12 p.m. tonight for like UTC. Mesh primitive grid. Oh boy. And I'm going to do something like this. A little bit bigger here. We want to move in one of the points, set position. Oh wait, actually, first of all, I want to delete 3 edges. So let's go ahead. Geometry, delete geometry. I hate this viewer node with a passion. It's so annoying. Is it funny that you're not technical? How did you learn using nodes? Just constant practice? Yeah, it is. I literally just worked really hard at doing it until I could make stuff happen. Yeah. I'm not even like really big into tutorials. I watched a bunch of Jimmy Gunawan, Blender Sushi Guy. He's like my go-to basically. If I don't know something, I'll ask him or I'll have a look at his tutorials because he has so many videos. It's actually crazy. So we want to go to 0, 4, and 5. So greater than or equal to 4. Oh wait, no. Equal to 4.5. There we go. And also equal to 2. Any advice learning geometry nodes? Do you need to be really good at maths? No, you don't. A lot of people ask about like what maths do I need to learn? It's like, I don't know. Learn the maths that you need to do to get past the specific problem that you are facing at that moment. Like if you can't get something to move the way you want, then you can ask somebody, like on Discord or here on YouTube, like YouTube comments, something like that. And then, yeah. Is there a way to make a procedural magazine flipping through pages with geometry nodes? There is. Check out Bradley's channel, Bradley Animation. I believe he has a video specifically on that. There we go. We can now set position for one of these vertices, which is going to be x minus 0.005. There we go. Yeah, let me just let me find out if Bradley has a YouTube video on that. I know he certainly did for animation nodes, and I've seen him make it with geometry nodes. But let's just check if he has Bradley Animation. He does loads of stuff though. He has a lot of videos. I've definitely seen him do a book flip through. Hey Sarah, how's it going? I'm doing good, thank you. Yeah, maybe check on Bradley's Twitter, which is Forced. I love how his Twitter is like it's just a totally different name. Faust Zins? This one? Wait, maybe I just dropped that in the chat for you. Wow, look at those. Beautiful dandelions. Little animation going on there. And this is with geometry nodes as well. Nice. Cool stuff. Yeah, no, Bradley's cool. And insanely clever as well. Insanely clever. Right. Set shade smooth. Oh wait, what am I doing? Subdivision? Or do I turn it into a curve? It's going to be a curve anyway, so let's do that. So mesh to curve. Set curve type to Bezier. And then set handle type to auto. Oh god, that's not very happy. Oh, that's probably good enough. Hey Anderson, thanks for stopping by. Hope you had fun. Hope you have a good rest of your day. There we go. So that's the hanger for the top of our earrings. Definitely not unnecessarily detailed. Who's up next? We gotta make a little bracket. Maybe I rotate this one. Can you select all edges that have a specific weight value? Like a vertex weight, do you mean? Hey, Super Tom, welcome. Good to see you dropping in again. Yeah, do you mean vertex weights? Like if I add a plane, let's Control E, subdivide. I'll just give this a bunch of cuts. And then we can like weight paint it a little bit. Something like this. It's not going to make a selection that you can really like use. Oh, bevel weight. I'm not sure if bevel weight counts as a, let's have a look though. I don't, let's item, let's make a little selection up here. Let's set that to 1. If I go into my edges here, doesn't look like we have bevel weight. Alright, crease we can do, but it doesn't look like bevel weight is available. No, I'm not seeing that as an attribute, unfortunately. Yeah. That's a shame though, that would be very useful. Can you select by angle with nodes and or add crease? I've been really needing to add crease nodes. Yeah, at the moment no. Somebody sent me a link to a list, I think it's like a hackmd.io website, which is like where developers like hands until I leave stuff. Yeah, you can access crease weight. So it looks like we're going to be getting some sort of analytical tools, analytical nodes, things like face area, face sides, edge angle, stuff like that, which is obviously very important. As soon as we have modeling, we're going to need to be able to make those kinds of selections very frequently. So those will be added. Can you make a curve array modifier in geometry nodes? You can. We have a curve right here. So let's say we're going to resample this curve to a count of whatever, 10. And then we can do like an instance on points node. Let's just do something simple with cubes. And I'll make them a little bit smaller so that we can see what's going on. Let's also make them have a direction. So you're going to want to make them follow the curve. So for this we're going to use two things. We're going to use the normal and the curve tangent. So curve tangent is like the most straightforward one. We're just going to go utility, align Euler to rotation. Sorry, align Euler to vector. This now follows our vector. Something like this. How do you quickly full screen a single viewport without joining areas? I press Control Space. Control Space lets you do that to any area. You can also go up to View, Area, and you have the option between Toggle Maximize Area, which is the one that I use, or Toggle Full Screen Area, which is Control Alt Space. But I find that doesn't actually work, so Control Space. Now if you want these to also follow your curve, like your roll, if you were to Control T and tilt the curve, right now if I curve tilt, let's set this along the length a little bit so we have a little bit of rotation to work with. Curve parameter, multiply the factor by something that can go in there, right? So if you also want this to get the roll in, then you're going to basically lock this, right? So I'm rotating these around Y, am I? Or maybe around Z. There we go. And then we take another align Euler to vector, we do this on the next one, and then we do this with the input normal, and this should now allow us to actually get that rotation in. So there you go, now you can see that you actually get the tilt and the follow for the curve. So it's just curve tangent, align Euler, and a normal align Euler, and that gives you the curve modifier. It's not like the curve deform, it's like the curve array. So we don't have the curve deform yet, but that should be coming. All right, let's get this moved into a little bit of a more convenient place, rotate 90, and I guess if I might be positioning this, I probably want it to be like scroll down a little bit so I can like hang it off something. Now we need to add a little stick across like this to hang our dangly bits on. So let's grab a quadratic bezier, which is just our 3 points, and then we can just position this manually. Let's bring this down a little bit. Something like that. And we're going to come forwards 0.05. Minus there we go. And these two sides can come down a little bit further. We're going to have to tweak this a little bit as well, just to make sure that we get that center point actually touching where we want it. Minus 0.015. Something like this. If you make a linked duplicate of your mesh with a bevel modifier, you can displace it. Where? Came for the big teeth, stayed for the knowledge. Thanks, Toast. Thank you. Intersect Boolean with it. Oh, I think I understand what you mean. For getting the faking the bevel weights. Minus 0.01. 0.01. Maybe a little bit bigger. And come down a little bit in the middle. Yeah, nice. Right, let's get this. I guess both of these are probably going to be the same thickness, more or less. Am I using a drawing tablet? No, I'm using a mouse. I have drawing tablets, and I always love them for like 10 minutes. And I'm like, oh my god, this is so annoying. They're great for sculpting or drawing, but I just don't seem to get along with them for like general use. I think it's especially as well because I have 3 monitors and Windows, especially Windows 11. Anytime I turn off one or turn on a different one, it changes where the tablet is mapped. It's so annoying. Even just like rebooting is a risky game. Like it will reboot and it will be assigned to a different monitor. It's like whichever one came on first. For tutorials, I'm using a Microsoft, just like a Bluetooth one. For general use, I use an MX Ergo, Logitech MX Ergo. Although I do want to upgrade my regular mouse, hopefully to something like a Logitech Master MX. I think they're the best ones. But I don't use a regular mouse as much as I use the Ergo, just because I want to save my wrists. And I use a computer for like 15 hours a day, so that's actually like a genuine concern. Right then, I need to make some chains. And these are actually really easy. So we can just grab a curve. Yeah. A mesh circle. Make it real tiny. a little bit lower res, and we're going to just drag half of it over. So set position for half of this. So we're just going to grab the position where y is greater than 0 or less than 0, whatever. And we're going to position this down very slightly, 0.001 in the negative. Not really too worried about it being off centered there, because this is all going to go through a curve anyway. We can always increase the resolution a little bit. Something like that is fine. Curve to mesh, sorry, mesh to curve, curve to mesh. Hey, Sanoj, you have no idea what you're making. Don't I use reference? Nah. If I'm doing real work, then yeah, for sure. If I'm doing this, I have, like, I've been drawing and making 3D models for, like, well over a decade. So I do have a lot of reference in my head. I've made a lot of stuff. So, but if I was doing, like, actual client work or real projects, I would definitely have stuff on another screen. But generally, like for little sketches like this, I wouldn't bother. Do you know where they removed the extrude node? It was in the prototype, yeah, but it's just, it wasn't in the correct place in the pipeline. There were a lot of decisions which needed to be made about things like selection booleans, things like how the data is actually factored and how the fields branch is going to pass around information. So it was just removed at the beginning because it hadn't ever actually been designed. It was just like, here is a prototype for you to test to see if this is the direction we want to go in. But yeah, it'll be back soon. Should expect it, I think, for 3.1. What am I doing? I need to instance this down a line, which I can instance on the quadratic Bezier. So we can grab a curve, resample curve, and then instance on points, another curve, curve line, something like this. We're going to be going in the negative z, -1, and we can go for like 0.05, so we're looking at like 5 centimeters. And I want the sides, I want it to be more like V-shaped. So we're gonna scale these by index. Let's say we get 11, so we have one in the middle. So we're gonna go input, index, 0 to 10 means 5 is the middle one. So we're going to subtract 5 from the index. And then we can absolute it so that we get this like mirrored look for both sides. And then we're going to use that to control the Z. So map range on this should be 0 to 4. 0 to 4 in both sides, and this is now our Z. Combine X, Y, Z, plug this in. X and Y are 1, this can go into the scale. Something like this, here we go. And now we can just control this. So this one could be long, these ones can be a bit shorter. We're getting a bit of a curve on there, but I'm actually not, I don't hate it. So we'll stick with that, that's fine. Let's grab another resample curve because I need to make these curves all the same. Let's also realize instances just in case we get, I don't want the same distribution basically. We're going to go by length this time. These points need to be like 2 millimeters apart. Something like that. And then this can be used to instance our chain link. Which needs some rotation. Oh, is this going the wrong way? Perfect, perfect. Right, so 90 degrees in the Z, 90 degrees in something else. There we go. And then we're going to randomize the Z rotation. So combine X, Y, Z, plug this into our rotation, zeros everywhere. Let's just grab a utility random value into the Z. Make this nice and high. Cool. And then I guess we need something to like reflect and refract lighting. So we need some little dangly bits to hang off these. So I guess I want some like little gems or something. I don't even know. Maybe just some like little reflective like plates, panels. So we will take our resample curve again. This is going to be the same. We're going to use another random value for the selection to make it a random position. Just set this to Boolean in the selection. There we go. These can be our grids. No, we're going to do it with the curve line, and we're going to just loft something along it. So let's make this nice and small. 0.02. Hey, Kellen, welcome back. Day 2. 0.0. Yeah, so this should be little, right? 5 millimeters long. And we're going to loft a quadratic Bezier along it so that we have like a little bit of shape. Let's grab the curve to mesh. Let's just have a look at this right now. So we're going to be starting at a low value. Let's do something like this, 0.002. And the 0 can be 0, but out in the Y a little bit. Just so it's like a little bit bent, just so it catches some light in a bit more of an interesting way. That'll do. And actually we may just center this. So for that I will just use my toolkit, align mesh by mesh, going with Z, center in the center. Cool, and we've already got the offset built in, so that's fine for instancing on these points. We need less, fewer. Just like some in here. I may randomize the Z height on these just to make them a little bit different. Say random value. Set this to vector. Let's sort out the rotation first. So this is just rotating the Z axis by 2 pi. And we want to have just a little bit of wiggle, minus 0.1 to 0.1 in X and Y. And then we're going to grab another random value in here. We're going to go minimum 111, 111. And then let's set this from like 0.8, not minus 0.8, up to something like that is fine. All right, these are looking good. We can now put some different sizes on these, right? Curve to mesh. Curve primitive, we need a Bezier circle on here. Let's make this nice and small, 0.0005, I guess, for earring thickness, just so we're not punching holes in people's ears. Let's make this a little bit lower res as well. Something like that is fine. Let's duplicate this down for our chain. And this is going to be even finer, so 0.002, something like that should be fine. We need a little bit more offset actually in the Z-axis, just so these actually look like they're hanging. It's a little bit better. And then these and these join together. These and these join together. And I kind of don't want the ones at the top. So let's also make another selection that ones at the top don't get picked. You should make Blender ASMR. That's basically what we do. It's honest work. Right, we're going to grab, oh, not a collection info, we're going to be grabbing just the position, a separate x, y, z, grab the z, compare floats anywhere which is less than 0.02, 0.02. It's why I'm here, absolutely. The Pringle Tingle. You've even got an ASMR name. Let's grab the Boolean maths in here, where both of these are true. Oof, that's not going well. There we go, something like this. There we go. Cool, and this can all have the same material. Tune in when you hear something fun. It's, yeah, I know like quite a lot of people have me just in the background, which is totally fine. I'm happy to be just like a little radio in this little radio service. Right then, let's grab a metal material. I don't think I actually have one. So let's just set a new material. We'll call it earrings. There's a lot of bespoke materials going on here. But that's fine. Cool. Let's grab these. Earring. Does earring have 1 or 2 R's? 2 R's. Interesting. Head bangs internally. Cool. Hopefully this will... I don't even know if it's going to show up with the shading that we go for. I still haven't got a good idea in my head for the shading. Trying to think of something last night for how it's going to work, but I'm still drawing blanks. So I guess that's one of these things that we'll just see. We'll find out when we get there. Right, what time is it? 5 o'clock. Alright, that's fine. I've got, I think, about 3 more hours before I need to wrap up for today, but that should be fine. We can get a good way ahead. So fairy lights, I want to add those a bit later. The coffee stir stick floorboards. Let's go for this. Oh my god. That poor butterfly. I really want to help it, but it does not like being picked up. It seems pretty tired. You good, bud? It's also flying into things very, very fast. I think it's extra confused at the lights, especially because it's like nighttime outside. Alright, so yeah, let's go for the, maybe the open fish tin would be a good one, because the floorboard is kind of like part of the room, so it might be better to do that when we're actually set dressing. Let's have a look at some fish tins. I'm guessing you mean the ones with the keys. I don't know if the person who mentioned this is in the chat today. Do you mean the ones with the rollback tops that you get the a spam key? Do you even get spam key on fish tins? I'm definitely not seeing any here. I think that might be cool though. Am I hallucinating butterflies? It's how you know things are about to go terribly wrong. There's only one butterfly. I'm surprised you can't hear it. It's flapping very hard. Right, I'm going to get a reference. See, okay, I do look for specific reference when I actually can't. Well, I don't know what something looks like. spam tin with a key. Oh my god, do spam tins only have the pull tags now? I guess the keys haven't been around for like 50 years or something. I'm a bit late to the party. Okay, I just found some sardines with a spam key. Good stuff. Looks like this for anybody who's interested. You just like roll it back, like hook it into the thing, roll it back. Interesting, it's a moth. I wish it were a moth. Moths are my favourite animal. Moths and cows. I think they're both very beautiful. I actually really love cows, although they will definitely kill you. So that's a shame. But they kill you in excitement, you know? It's not like a shark killing you just out of spite or a wasp stinging you out of spite. Cows just want to have a sniff, but then they get so excited about having a new friend, they trample you. And that's kind of, you know, that's kind of noble in its own way. Right, let's see if we can make this tin. Did you actually look at the reference? Yeah, it's better to look at a reference at the beginning than than get to the end and be like, oh, something doesn't look quite right, and then have to remake it. Alright, how do we do this? I guess it's a beveled, like a rounded quad, a filleted quad with a very short extrusion. Oh, I keep feeling like I'm going to sneeze. Alright. So a short curved line, something around about 3 centimeters. It's approximately an inch for our American friends. And quadrilateral. Don't think we have a rounded quad, so let's just do it this way. We need a curved mesh, and a curved fillet. There's nothing you hate more than moths. To be fair, they do. They're a real hassle if you need to get them out of your house. They just love being inside. I wonder if I can get references actually in. I'm not sure if the image copy paste thing has been updated yet. Paste images. We will see. It used to be that you could copy. No, the add-on's not working now. The image paste. Oh, right, because it's for 2.93. There's a guy called, I think it's made by Yeetus on Discord. He basically made an add-on that lets you Control Shift V to paste images directly into Blender from your clipboard, which was super useful. Right, let's make this 0.05 by like 0.0. Maybe 0.08, something like that. Same with the cows, it's a hassle to get those out. If you've got cows in your house, I am very impressed at your flooring. 0.1. Ever wonder how disastrous rain must be for butterflies and moths? This whole thing about you can't touch butterfly wings because it will kill them, that's actually not true. Their wings are super delicate for sure, and they have a powder on them which helps them, so that basically like the dead scales stays on their wings, and that's how they're waterproof. But if you touch a moth or a butterfly, because they're very delicate, you're quite likely to actually do them damage, which will kill them. But it's actually not like you can't touch their wings. You know, like if you pick one up in your hand, they'll be flapping all over. They'll be like whacking you with their wings. They're absolutely fine. That said, don't stroke them because they are very delicate. Although I guess My viewers are probably old enough to not need to be told that. Here we go. What's the name of the add-on's name? The image paste one. Paste images? Let me find it for you. It's very, very useful. I wonder if there's an update for it. Yeah, it's by Yeetus. You can definitely use it for 2.93. Are butterflies as delicate as they are tasty? Maybe even more so. Yeah, I'm not seeing this as having been updated. It's a super useful add-on though, so I hope it does get updated. I was asking him about, he's done a few really useful ones, things like print nodes, which allows you to like super screenshot your node tree regardless of how big it is. It like stitches loads of screenshots together. Yeah, he's really clever kid. Now I'm wondering if this is the best way to do this. Maybe I've got a better way actually, because I need to, I'd quite like to get the, what am I looking for? The edge of the tin, like rolled over. Or maybe I can just, let's do that separately actually. So I'll separate the top and the bottom. Delete geometry. Delete edges. And I'm deleting any edge which has a position of like 1.15 in the Z. CSX, here we go. Compare float, Z. Let's grab this one. Damn, I just want to get the I want to get the middle bit done. How tall is this? 0.03? 0.0, oh, there we go, cool. That's the top and bottom edges. We can now use these as our mesh to curve to mesh to give ourselves a little bit of a bevel around that top edge, just make it look a little bit more solid. So mesh to curve to mesh. Slowly begin to understand your thought process. Yeah, I hope it's, I don't want to say clear. I mean, I hope it's clear, but I'm not expecting it to be particularly clear. But I hope it's at least followable, like once you've seen it a few times. It's very iterative, and it's very much the same, doing the same thing over and over and over again. Here we go, join these two together. Here we go, that's kind of a spam tin. And I now need to roll back the top. Which I can probably do something which looks relatively accurate actually with a spiral. And I can just like ping pong the radius. So let's grab a, must be quite narrow, 0.005 I think, for about a centimetre diameter. We'll do start and start the same. Let's maybe offset this by like 2 centimeters. Rotate this 5 times. Resolution is probably fine. We can grab just a line actually should be fine for the top. Curve to mesh. Let's join this in here as well. This should be going in the x-axis, I think. Or maybe not. Maybe the y-axis. I mean, this is very interesting, but it's not really what we're after. Okay, so something fairly narrow, 0.00, no, 0.07, that should be like our max. Which means that we want to be coming down 0.035. Yeah? Where is our spiral? Oh, my bad. Minus 0.035. There we go. So now it actually overlaps itself. I want to rotate the tilt a little bit. Set curve tilt. Let's rotate this up. Well, that's strange. Oh, I guess because it's going in the normal direction. Right, so instead of Z, let's go for 90. That's still not looking too good. I just want to get it like a roll. How do you add the node calculation times? I'm using the Geometry Nodes Timings branch, which you can use today or tomorrow. These will be in the daily 3.1 master. So these timings only, they're an overlay. You can turn them on and off and they appear above geometry nodes. Or inside frames if you want the total time per frame. Alright, okay, how am I going to make this work? Maybe I need to make the start radius a little bit smaller. Maybe that'll be better. 3.1 alpha, yeah, it'll be in the daily build tomorrow. Right. This is very strange. Not really sure what to do about this. Hello, Thomas. How's it going? We have this. How very vexing. Alright, what am I trying to do right now? The tin pulled out by the key. I'm trying to make essentially a scroll. And for some reason, well, you can see what's going on here. Or, yeah, hopefully you can see. It's just absolutely not having it. This spiral is just horrible. Fortunately, I have a node which makes spirals, so hopefully we can just do it with that. Or do I? Oh, maybe, do you know what? Maybe I never added it because we had a default one. That's annoying. I don't want to have to make a custom spiral. Alright. Just got to make this work. You'll have to activate the timings through the overlays in the node editor. Yeah, but they stay on when it's if you save a new startup file. Because mine just come on automatically now. You don't see the mesh you're using for the mesh to curve. Right now I'm not using a mesh to curve. This is the curve spiral. And then this is the curve line. I don't really understand why it's not working. Let's try a different axis here, minus. Can you have a flat spiral as a profile curve? Oh, that would actually... that would work. Although what I'm trying to do is make it so that it comes wider and narrower as it comes along the spiral, just so that I can make it look like it's been rolled diagonally. You need to make it flatten and raycast in the Z. Oh, no, it should be... There's got to be an easier way of doing this. That would just be crazy. We're going in the Z direction here. Yeah, crazy. Come on, what the hell? It's like the tilt changes along the length of this thing. Let's come back to almost 0. Can't even see this now. Right, let's set the height to 0. Is that going to make it any better? Oh, it's because it's... That's very annoying. Input scroll final node. Right, we're going to have to do it at 0 and then basically curve tangent add to the Z. Ridiculous. So let's make it 5 rotations. There we go, that's fine. Yeah. Crazy that that would happen. Right, well, let's just go curve set radius. I guess it's because it's trying to calculate the tangent along the thing. But I always find curve tangents always mess up at the ends anyway. Right, parameter. We're just going to ping pong it. So ping pong 0.5. Ping pong basically just like goes up to from 0 to whatever value you've got in the scale, and then back to 0 and then whatever. Person with a ridiculously long channel name. I do. You're in the Blender Today things quite frequently. There we go. See, I still want this to move up a little bit, so I might have to capture the attribute and then add it afterwards. So let's grab that curve factor in here, curve to mesh, and then we're going to set position, offset in the Z. You're not getting the bold that you wanted. Right, we're going to add, so vector combine X, Y, Z, factor from our capture attribute into the Z here, offset. Yoy, that's way too far. Oh my god. Borderline spamming the chat now. Let's make this a little bit less big. So let's multiply. Am I making a croissant? I'm making the lid of a spam tin. Or actually a fish tin, like a sardine tin. Multiply by 0.0 minus 0.02. Something like that is looking adequate. Did you say no you're not? You just posted 3 links or 3 comments in a row. Let's grab... Oh, hey Jaren, how's it going? Let's make this even smaller, 0.01. Let's go for more rotations. 8, something like that should be fine. Maybe this needs scaling up a little bit as well. Math, multiply 2. There we go. We will see. We need to actually make the key now. If Houdini is 10 point... If I rated Houdini as a 10, what would I rate what would I rate Blender as? So provocative. I mean, for this, for procedural stuff, I guess like a 4 or a 3, just because it can't do anywhere near as much, but it's also like brand new, like it's a baby. It'll get there. People always rag on Blender, but it's like it's new. Right, let's grab this with a transform node. I'd really like to have the 3D gizmo for this now. Let's get this moved into position, right. Move it up a little bit and rotate it 90 and rotate it in the diagonal as well, so it's like it's been rolled back. And yeah, something like that is fine. I'll try and get this in position. Z down a little bit, 0.03, 0.035. There we go, and I might just add a little, that's going to be an awkward shape. Could probably do it with a circle. So let's grab a mesh primitive, mesh circle with a fill, n-gon fill. Join this in, transform this up by 0.03. Would anybody like to sponsor Killin's Houdini purchase? Issa saying that 3 or 4 is too small. I don't, you're saying like that's a bad rating. We're comparing, you know, it's like saying like rate your Nissan Leaf against this Lamborghini for driving around the Nürburgring. It's like, the Nissan's still an okay car. I'm not saying it's a bad car, it's just like you're competing in the specific territory that like Lamborghini is made for. Or, I don't know, not Lamborghini, I'm not really a car person, but you get the drift. A little bit smaller. Maybe a little bit smaller. What's our bevel radius? Oh, 0.01, that's fine, cool. Right, let's get this into position. So 0.015. And the Nissan is still brand new, exactly. 0.045, 0.04. There we go. And let's actually just have a look at this. I need to grab, maybe we need to rotate this as well. Right, set position. And this is going to be every point which is below that line. How do you think we'll have to wait for Blender to become the Lambo? Well, considering that Houdini is 26 years old, I mean, we're going to be waiting at least, I reckon 5 years. You know, I think 5 years is a good amount of time for it to like mature, get enough of the tools that you need. Beats paying for a Maya sub only to get the same modelling tools every single other package offers. Exactly. Maya is a generalist tool, and if you need a generalist tool, Blender is more than enough. If you need specific character modelling, then okay, go ahead, use Maya. But yeah, I don't understand people using Maya for just general stuff. It's like, do you hate money? Separate XYZ. Compare float. Y less than 0.0, let's go 0.039. That's our selection. I can now move this. There we go. That looks about right. Maybe one more. There we go. Is there a reason to use Maya over Blender? I've not been convinced. No, me neither. Me neither. As far as I'm concerned, for my workflow, like I do understand that for character modeling, Maya is genuinely better. Like you can cache stuff and just do a lot of stuff like that. Like the scene caching is a lot better. And it's also got the Bifrost thing, so you actually do have node-based workflows, procedural workflows in Maya. Oh, it's a bit sad though that it killed Softimage though. That's yeah, devastating for everybody who used to use that. Right, position, multiply, 1, 0, 1. There we go, that's our think, oh wait, do we have multiply add now as well? We do. Oh, maybe we need to scale this. So let's multiply add. Move it back a little bit. Need to rotate this by 45 degrees. And maybe minus 45. Oh boy. It's going to take a little bit of manual tweaking here. Let's grab, I'm just going to use a vector math scale, so I've actually got controls that I can use for this. Let's scale this down to like 0.01, so I can actually, you know, move stuff with with my hands. Let's do something like this. I kind of want to move or like rotate these ones specifically. Doi. Multiply these ones by 1, 1, 1, and then we're just gonna. Oh right, it's because they're. Maya just frustrates you. What does, what additional stuff does Houdini have for character modeling? You've got loads of procedural tools for doing character stuff now as well. Like all of the bone stuff, like everything can be a mesh or a bone. Like the discerning between them is kind of arbitrary, and so Maya has, Houdini has basically made that so it's like, you just do you. Vector rotate. Let's see if we can get this. Oh yeah, that's way easier. Oops. Oh, this is very sensitive. Minus 0.03. 25. 24. 28. There we go. Nice. Oh my god. That took way longer than I should have spent on that to get the triangle patch. I guess we should put some fish in here. Oh wait, we don't have the key. We need a key. Let's do that. We can just do that with a curve, nice and easy, hopefully. Or should we? What is this? That viewer. Why is the viewer like 100 miles away every time you want to delete it? Alright. Yeah, the key. So we just want something which is like this shape with a little, kind of like a bottle opener at the top of it. And let's just do this with a grid node. It's going to be quite small, 0.1 by 0.03. Let's give it a few more vertices to work with, and we're just going to scale things down for the left hand side here. Always a good time. Right, set position. Wouldn't the smaller part of the rolled tin be on the inside of the spiral? It would be at both sides, because you've got this corner as well. Because I'm rolling diagonally. Oh wait, I see what you mean. We would be like coming back. Yeah, you're right. We should like get rid of this last roll, which we can do really easily actually, because we've saved out the curve parameter. Yeah, nice and easy. Okay. Geometry, delete geometry. And we can just simply use a compare float, curve parameter, selection, and through the greater than. There we go. That is also back to front. Let's also spin this then. 180 degrees, there we go. Something like that. Funny. There we go, much better. That's very slightly more realistic. Cool. Kind of want to like roll it along its length. Can I do that? It's a shame there's no phase offset on the oh god, I just duplicated way too many nodes. Let's put this one in here, delete, and there we go, something like that. Cool. Houdini has 90 tools, blah, blah, blah. True. True. Yeah, weird that Node Wrangler is actually still not default, like enabled by default. I think that's a very odd decision for a company like Blender, if they are a company, that's like pushing more on this procedural workflow, and it's like the thing that you have over every other procedural tool that I've that I've worked with is tools like Node Wrangler that just make your life so much easier. And yeah, to not have that. How did you reset the transform so quickly? Select a node, press backspace, and it will reset all of the node to its default. It does not work for group nodes, but it works for every other node. So like this grid, backspace, now we have a default. Right, so I need to scale in the y-axis based on the x position. So input, position, separate x, y, z. Let's grab compare floats for the x-axis. Let's just make sure we're working in the right place here. There we go. Set that back to 0. And now I can multiply vector math. Put this into the position. Multiply by 1, 1, 1. And then we can just bring down the x. Sorry, the y-axis. There we go. Now I want to delete every one of these internal ones. How am I going to do that? Delete by box, I guess. Yeah, double click would be good. Compositor just needs entirely rewriting from scratch. It's horrible. Node Wrangler should be implemented in the code, not as an add-on. I agree. Yeah, I agree. I don't really know. I mean, there's some stuff that the Node Wrangler does that's like, I've seen that it's, I don't know, people don't necessarily want all of this stuff in. So maybe it's split into like the core functionality, like lazy connections and long distance connections, stuff like that. Delete geometry. We're going for edges here. And we're just going to use my mask box mask. Here we go. Does doing all the models in geometry nodes differ from doing every model separately? I don't like doing every model in a separate node tree because I like having access to all of my data from everything at the same time. And you never know when you want to like duplicate something or capture an attribute or do stuff like that. So from my perspective, I just do it because I think the workflow is nicer. But in terms of actually using Blender, you probably should split things up because Blender does not handle big node trees. It makes it difficult for moving things around, like because we don't have the gizmos implemented, which I would really like to see for like 3.2 or 3.3. Oh hey, Hemigon, how's it going? But yeah, I don't know. Everybody has their own workflow, so just do whatever you want to do. Now the size of this needs to be tiny. but apparently not that tiny. I guess the developers, aside from doing pro bono work, doesn't get to work as closely for bigger clients in high performance environments. Yeah, this is why there's the like the module leaders though. Like it's really important that there's a clear idea. It's kind of like an art director, right, in a studio. It's just you gotta have people with like a clear sense of this is the direction we're going in. Because they do see all of the feedback, you know, like they read all of the right click select stuff. The fact that UV squares isn't even official. True. Same like the UDIMs. UDIM handling in Blender is terrible. Terrible. Right. Let me subdivide this. Subdivision surface maybe? Mesh subdivision surface. Oi, oi. Maybe we just do mesh to curve and then set type. Let's try making it a little bit rounder here. So set handle type. This one's going to be auto, and we also need to set the spline type to Bezier. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that. Yeah, that'll do. And let's grab just a curve to mesh with a circle just to make this nice and thick so we can actually see it. 8 and 0.001. There we go. Nice. Got ourselves a spam key. Control J. This is the key. Whoa. Apparently that's the hard ops shortcut. Key. There we go. Bring this down here. Join this in. Oh wait, we need a transform node as well. Oh my god. Do you know, my pet peeve, a real pet peeve, is once stuff is in a frame, it's half a square offset from the grid because the frame snaps to the grid, but because of the spacing, nothing else inside the frame snaps to the grid. Oh god, it's just some things, eh? And then things go in the random directions. Anyway, right. Let's grab all of these things. Control J. These are our. This is our spam or fish tin. There's a shop somewhere that has like this really beautiful collection of tins. It's like the biggest tin shop in the world, and they have these window displays, which are they have perspex rods glued to the windows. So you walk past it, and this is like amazing floating tin collection. It's amazing. Should if you ever get a chance to go there, you should go there. Quite an experience. Right, join geometry. Let's position this correctly. It bugs me that nodes don't have width aligned to the grid. Also that the sockets are not aligned to the grid when you snap to the grid. It's all a little bit of an afterthought, I think. Let's make this a little bit shorter. There we go. 0.035. Yeah, I wish I could actually develop so that I could be of some use. You just got a bisection node group working. That's cool, but there is a branch for the bisect node. I think it's you can actually get it through the Blender launcher now. Experimental downloads. Yeah, it's this one, 13300. This one has a bisect node, which is like the one that Folk did the other day. But amazingly, if you got yours working, I don't really have the patience to set up stuff like bisection and yeah, stuff like that. Extrude. There were some people on Discord doing extrudes yesterday. It's like, how do you do that? Looks like I need these to be a little bit narrower. Let's add another transform and rotate this a little bit here. There we go. That'd be good to have built in. Your experience of having made it is still like, it's very useful though. Point 1, 2. And then we can move it left a little bit. There we go. Nice. Kind of have a spam key. Oi, oi. That's deleting stuff. Recently I found out that nodes can be sealed. Oh, scaled. Oh, so you can line them up. Yeah, yeah. You can also rotate, which is just a weird thing to be able to do. But there you go. You can actually set stuff up in animation nodes to control things like the scale and rotation of your nodes. Very funny. What? Oh, I think my internet just dipped. Are we good? Are we still going? Are we back? Okay, OBS is showing green, but YouTube is still saying yellow. I think it's probably me. I might be lagging. Let me know if I'm back. I'm just going to carry on. YouTube is still like complaining, but it's okay. All right. So I need to okay, yeah, it's all working again. Sorry, someone just posted something under my door. It was an unexpected noise. YouTube is always wrong. It's still saying the error. I can't actually dismiss it, which is strange. Current stream status is apparently poor as well. I'm just going to carry on. We're good. We're good. I'll trust OBS. Right. 0.029. There we go. Cool. So we have our spam. I just need something in here, I guess. Let's just use some like stretched out spheres and we can pretend they're fish. Icosphere. Transform. Let's go with this. And how big should this be? I guess our box is about 10, so I guess we're going for like 9-ish. Thanks for letting me know it's back. Yeah, I'm always worried when when it says it's not going well, because it's like you have a certain amount of time before the stream will just be ended by YouTube. It's like you've got to get your stream software sending data again. When following the live noding, it makes sense. Yeah, that's what happens though when you're... Could you make cotton balls for a mouse pad? Do you mean in the spam tin? That might be really nice actually. I think that's a cool one. Yes, I will do that. Let me have a think about how to actually make something so sort of fine and filamented. So yeah, when you're looking at the live, it's really easy because it's just like one node by one node. And then, you know, even something like this, we're only at 800 nodes, right? So we've only got, what, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 things made. But like obviously if you see the whole scene, then it's like, wow, that's a lot of nodes suddenly. That's obviously it's going to be like, it's going to be really difficult to actually work your way through. And also if you download somebody's files and they're not properly labeled, I know I don't really comment stuff, but I do at least label the frames. If it's just nodes everywhere, you basically have to work like right to left through your node tree, gradually removing things from your joins to actually like frame it out yourself, separate things out yourself. So yeah, tricky. Let's think about how we can make some fluffy wool. I think this tin is too deep as well. Now I've made it, I think it should only be like 0.02. So 0.01. Something like that. Right, I just need to move a few things just to make sure this is in the right place. Oh no, that's right, that's fine. Where is my spiral stuff? Here it is. 0.025, there we go. Right, need to fill this with some stuff. I guess I need like points inside a volume and then to boolean across all the points. So let me show you how to best do this. Let's grab a grid. So I'm just using a grid from my node toolkit, but if you are using Blender, you can just do this with like a line node instance, a bunch of grid nodes on it. I'm just using my toolkit because I have it, and so should you. Link in the description if you want it. But it's really useful because I can just like set an amount and set randomization on here. So I need to find my curve tin. Let's grab this. And I'm actually gonna, on this one, fill caps. So I have like, this is the region that the bed is. Let's pull that out of the frame for a sec. Then I want to grab my ETK grid, and the size I need to make sure is approximately correct. Let's go, so 0.06 by 0.1 by 0.03. Oh boy, there's some big points. Let's just visualize these a bit differently. Points to vertices or something. Cool, nice, they don't show up at all. Right, so we have this. I'm just going to move it up slightly. Let's use another node so I don't have to actually manually do this. And then we're just going to align in the Z. Oh, weird. Oh my god, it's actually doing the bounding box off the size of the points rather than the points. That's very strange. So let's just do this manually. That's being troublesome. So we're going to come up 0.0115. No, just 0.015. And a little bit shorter, 0.02. There we go. And now we just need to decide how many points we want, and the answer is many. And then we can randomize randomize these a little bit. Something like this. Oh, realize. Yeah, okay. Dumb that's like instancing lines or instancing vertices, you have to realize them before you can even see them. Surely that is a bug. Surely that's a bug. Right, now I need to find out which ones of these are actually inside my bed. Or maybe I turn them into a Bezier first? Yeah, I think that's probably best, because otherwise we're going to have to do it twice. Oops. So let's grab a curves, points to Bezier. There we go. This is looking nice. And then we need to go curve to mesh. Delete curve, delete mesh, so delete geometry, sorry. And then we can use a points inside mesh mask from the toolkit to find out basically where are these inside. Is fast going to work? Oh, we also need to invert this, so let's grab a Boolean math as well, set to not. Great, and fast works nicely for that as well. So that's going to save us a bit of time. Nice, it's actually 4 times faster. So, I mean, it's fast either way. So now we have a bunch of stuff inside our inside our thing, which kind of looks like wool. And now we can just go mesh to curve, curve to mesh, give it some thickness. So mesh to curve, curve to mesh, stick the lowest resolution circle we can on here with a radius of 0.00, even less, 0.0001, something like that. Great. Now we may wish to also compress some of this down towards 0. So I'm going to, before the mesh to curve, we're going to use a set position with a noise texture to control the Z scale. So let's grab an input position, and we're going to be multiplying it for our final positions. Here we go. X and Y is going to be 1. Let's use a vector, combine X, Y, Z. X and Y is 1. Z is going to be our noise texture. And we want to put this through a map range. There we go, make it a little bit thicker. There we go, something like this. Now we're getting into like sub-pixel detail here, so I don't know if this is like good good idea, but there we go. So let's bring some of this down, some of this up, maybe turn down the detail on this because that's unnecessary, and then we just need to join this back to our node tree. But before I do, let me stick on some materials in here. So mesh, material, set material, that's 1. Then we're going to use another set material for our key, that's 2. And we're going to use another set material for our cotton wool here. I can go into this one. There we go, awesome. Looking pretty sweet. Control J. Steel wool, yeah. Let's make this into the wool. G, there we go. Cool, cool, cool. This should probably be a little bit taller actually. So it looks like there's more wool in here than there is. Awesome. And it kind of shows up. You can sort of see that. I guess there should still be some parts which are like sticking out the top. So I may could set, oh, do you mean just to like randomize the thickness? We certainly could do. Let's use a curve radius. I would still recommend using the curve circle's diameter as like your max control. And then if you're being lazy like I am, you could just use a random value on here. That should just give it a little bit of randomization. What else do we need? Maybe a little pillow, just so it's like really obvious that this is a bed. I know mice don't use pillows, but they also don't live in tiny little houses made of teacups and happiness. I feel like we need some fibers sticking up here as well. So I might just add another few bits with another, oh god, I didn't mean to join that in. Another few bits, which we will just do something like this. Basically the same. And then that joins here. Okay, so this needs to be way lower res, like 10, something like that. It's not an add-on, it's the node timings branch. So I'm in an experimental branch of Blender 3.1. And as of tomorrow, so the build bot tonight will be building the thing. If you're building your own versions of Blender, you can actually just use it now. Like you could go and just go and get it. It'll patch. You can patch it from master. And what am I looking for? I wanted a little bit more height on some of these. Let me just turn off auto offset as well. I think I've reached the node limit for where auto offset is convenient. Oh, I need way fewer than this. Let's go like 5 or something. 2. There we go. Oh wait, sorry, I'm being dumb. Let's put it on this side. Let's change this back to 10, is that better? Drop it down slightly. I don't know why I'm doing this. This is going to be completely invisible. Right. Hey, CG, how's it going, buddy? Let's grab we need a pillow. So you want to eat it. It's a little spam tin full of cotton wool. Let's make a little pillow here. So we're going to grab maybe a cylinder is actually the easiest way to make this. And just like squish it. Transform. So we're going to rotate it first. So let's rotate it in the... Hey, what's up? You're making a scene? I am making a scene. So we're making a little mouse house. It's a little place for mice to live. We've got some stuff going so far. We've got a little toothbrush they're using for a scrubbing brush when they have their baths in the teacup. And what else do we have? We've got a little earring that's going to be a light fixture. We've got some drawing pins, a comb for a ladder, a cork for a seat. Where is this? What is this? Oh, a paperclip, nice. We've got a ladder made out of a crochet hook and some matchsticks, and some these are like rubber banded onto the crochet stick. We've got... Am I going to make the mouse? No, unfortunately not. We've got a little stool made out of pencils, a piece of wood and a bottle cap. Just for it to sit on while it's eating. We've got a thimble. We got a sewing needle. This is... oh, a button. Is this... Oh, we can check our latency actually on this, right? Oh god, 100 milliseconds for the boolean. I'm going to keep that muted for now. Bobbin for the table. So they got a little table to eat off. What's this? Oh, this is the back wall. So this is actually part of their house. And I think that's it. And the bottle cap. There we go. Which book would you recommend to be better at shaders? A book. I am in there's the book of shaders. It's just like a website with loads of OSL shaders, I think. I don't know. I don't really... That's not how I learn, so I don't have anything I can recommend really, I'm afraid. What are we working with here? Right, let me add this pillow. Right, a cylinder. radius 0.02. Depth is going to be short, like 0.04. Scale, not that one. Let's make another transform in here. How did I start learning geometry nodes? I started using it. That's really how I learn anything. I just use it until I know it. Keeping up with the developer blog, that certainly helps. Makes things a little bit easier. Let's go side segments, let's go up to like 10. And now we can squish this. So geometry set position. Oh my god, let me just make a bit of space in here. And then we're just going to grab an input position. Why is Boolean so slow? It's just quite a complex calculation. In Blender, I think. It seems like other software has it way faster. Maybe a marshmallow for a pillow. I'm going to do like a recognizable pillow just because I want people to be like, oh, it's a bed. Like, it's a bed that people sleep in. Hey, Riaz, how's it going, bud? Whoa. I just need to be aware of the time so I don't run over today. Yeah, Boolean slow. Right, let's get this working out here. We need to... Oh, you're working on your white one. What am I doing? I need to separate X, Y, Z, and then which axis are we working in here? And the x-axis, so we're going to be taking our x-axis absolute because we want it to be the same on both sides, and then a map range so that we can control it to be like a 0 to 1. We're going like up to 0.02, changing that to 0 to 1, which means it now works with our float curve. Make sure you plug that into the value, and then we can use this to multiply, so combine x, y, z. This is our z component, x and y stay as 1, and then we multiply this by our original position, and this is our new position, and I can get rid of that, move it up over here. Alright, looking good. Just need to flip this the other way and make it a bit rounder. Cool, cool, cool. Maybe it also wants to be squished a little bit in the y direction, 0.6, something like that. And maybe it also comes down slightly in the middle, just so you can see that our little mouse has been resting its head on this. Cool. Boolean is based on GMP, a library for exact numbers. Oh, okay. I wonder if there's I mean, surely there's faster ways of doing booleans, because I've seen in other software people doing it so fast. So fast. Right, if I now subdivide this, we should keep the sharp ends because they are not joined to anything, so that's good. Maybe I just put a bit of noise on it. And we can just, yeah, let's just add some noise, right? So let's grab texture, noise texture. Make sure we are subtracting 0.5 to center it. Here we go. Or maybe I could just, oh, do you know what? I'm just going to be lazy. Let's grab a color, mix RGB, set this to linear light. And there we go. Nice and easy. Set this up a bit different. 0 here, 20 here. Whoa, we need it way smaller. 0.001. There we go. Oh, that's basically just randomizing the position, so I might as well do that. That's going to be even easier. Utilities, random vector. this. Oh, I'm glad it's useful. If we can get a few more people using geometry nodes, then we're fulfilling our purpose. Right then. Pillow. Done. Let's position this. We can drop this in with our offset on the same node. So let's bring this down in the Y a little bit. Something like that. Maybe I can rotate it actually. Set these both back to 0 and we'll use a transform node afterwards just so I have the rotation. And we're going to bring this down. Oops. Let's move it up first. Minus 0.03. And let's make sure we're in the correct position in the Z. We should probably push some of these down. Actually, maybe I don't need to. Cool. Cute. Maybe we go one more down, 0.015. Ah, a little bit too low. 0.018 should be fine. Let's use a matte smooth on here. Just so that we get some smooth shading, and we can set the material, which is going to be fabric white. Add a new fabric white. There we go. Fabric. Good stuff. Right. Mouse bed is done. Control J. Pillow. And we'll just drop this into the same big frame. All right. Who's up next? Some Lego. Some Lego might be a cool idea to add. A vintage perfume bottle with the puffer. And some Suzanne stamps. You might want to set your scene dimension units to millimeters. Yeah, somebody, I think it was Eric, actually said before that it doesn't make much difference with nodes. So, and also because I'm halfway through a project, I'm not going to switch it out. But I will try that on a future one, just to see if it actually makes any difference. Right. Tin can. Oh yeah, we were going to do a tin can, like a little stove. I might still do that. So this is going to be actually really easy. So we just grab a cylinder. I'm going to definitely use a cylinder because I want to use the default UVs. It would be interesting to get like an illustration style that also has some refraction in it. I'm not sure how that's going to actually work out. I really want to get the illustration style like a screen space, kind of watercolory, pencil-y. I'm interested in seeing how we're going to get the pencil lines to like follow the contours. So there may be some interesting shader stuff happening in a couple of days. Again, we're not going to get onto shaders today. I've only got 2 more hours, and apparently we still have 20 things to add, so we're just chipping away. That's fine. Hopefully the journey is more interesting than the final result anyway. So hopefully you don't mind that too much. Need that thimble cup of coffee for the hardworking middle class mouse. So true. Right, a can. 0.05 maybe? I don't actually know how big a can is. This is something I could definitely look up though. Dimensions. Tin can. Great. Giving it to me in inches, that's not very useful. So 0.04 by 0.113 apparently. All right. So we're going to want some more side segments. And we will take the bottom and the top one as our we'll like put some curves on it to get that bevel on the top and bottom. Where did I see the super fast booleans? ZBrush and 3ds Max and Houdini. That, like, like Blender is renowned for having slow booleans, isn't it? This is what I hear all the time. Hey. Oh my god, it actually does. That's so funny. You can also do it with like radians. If you want to convert radians to degrees, you can just type in like radians 35, and then it'll convert that from degrees into radians. Same for degrees as well, like the other way around. But useful, thank you. That's actually a really useful tip that I will certainly use in the future. Alright, we need to get these zigzagging. Let's grab an input position and an input index and a set position. So we're going to be scaling the position along its x and y. So we're going to be multiplying this by some vector. And let's grab, should make a cocktail umbrella. That's actually a very good idea. Let me add that to the list. Can't believe nobody came up with that one. Umbrella. Is that how you spell that? Alright. Vector combine x, y, z. 1, 1, 1. We're going to be controlling the x and the y based on the something that we do with the index, right? So I'm just going to use an integer to control my vertices. Let's go with 32 still, although this may change later. We're going to be moduloing our index by that value. I'm also going to add some fill segments so I can do some stuff to the top. A tiny kitchen apron. That was very cute. We need to make, we need to make some cabinets. Alright. Does the BCS Geometry Nodes course make sense with all the new nodes that come to Geometry Nodes in Blender? That's tricky to say. I mean, that course gives you the logic. I mean, I don't know. I've not actually asked people who have done the shift. Maybe I should put out a little survey for existing students. I would say it does, because the logic is like remarkably similar. You just plug stuff together rather than what we used to do, which was writing attribute names all the time. So it's got easier, but obviously you're using different nodes. But it's stuff like, oh, instead of using, where's the attribute math node? Well, it doesn't matter. Now you just use the math node. Or instead of typing in like position, you just use the node called position. I think the logic is still pretty much identical. Like I think you'll find it quite easy. Kitchen drawers could easily be little matchboxes. Yeah, I think they probably could. I do want to have some like outdoor like twigs and stuff. Like I don't want it all to be completely man-made. But yeah, like little matchbox drawers might be a good one to do. Or like a chest of drawers made out of matchboxes, something like that. God, this is going to turn into like a mouse mansion. Alright, so in modulating... Oh wait, no, we don't want to modulate. We want to divide and then floor. So now we have a single value per ring. Like literally indexed up the thing. And then I want to modulo this by 2, which is going to go 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1 up the thing now. So now we have alternating rings. And then I'm going to map range this. So 0 to 1. And I'm going to plug this into our X and our Y. And you can kind of see what's going on. So let's bring this out to like 0.95. This is most of our zigzags. And we also would like to prevent this happening on So we want a 1 value for everywhere like above and below a certain point. So we can simply set this to be equals, where this equals about halfway. I'm not sure how many there are, but we'll see. With like an epsilon of 5 or whatever, I'll increase that later. So now instead of 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, we have we'll go with not equal, so the tops are what gets the ones. And I will just add this together and clamp it. There we go. Getting somewhere. Now we've got those masked off. And now I want to add a little bit of a rise on these ones. So we can do that with adding to the Z this value where it equals something small, like a thing of 1, so 0, 1 and a half, so 1.5, here we go. This is going to be map ranged again. Combine x, y, z, this is going into the z, x and y equals 0. This now gets added to this, here we go. And I should, in theory, if I start moving these, oh god, yeah, well, it does work. There we go. Maybe I add another fill segment there, just so that we get a little bit of control on that. And we're just going for a little bit of a rise, just in case the light catches it. And 9.5 and 17. There we go, something like that. Awesome. Cool, 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 cool. Right, now let's grab our top and bottom rim. And we're just going to turn those into a curve. So geometry, no wait, mesh to curve. Here we go. Our selection is going to be where these equal certain things. So Control Shift D, I need 2 of these. So I need the top and the bottom ring. And these are going to be either or, because it's got to be like both, right? So where this one or this one is true, this is my selection for the mesh to curve. So let's grab that. This is doing it on, interesting. Maybe I do it based on location instead of index, because otherwise we're going to get some weirdness going on. Let's grab a cylinder. You changed Blender's font in the interface settings and it's made a huge impact on the text clarity. I also have my interface set to 1.3 scaled on here, so that's actually really, really useful. You can even go and set your line thickness to thick, but I do find it makes your OpenGL a little bit ghosted. But yeah, I don't know if I'm just getting old, but I like having things scaled up. Right, masks, cylinder. Here we go, we're going for points which are outside the cylinder with a radius of tiny. .039, and now I just also need to do this top and bottom. And by clarity, you mean it's comical. Right, let's grab another mask. We're going for box this time, and we need it where they're both. So I want the outside of this one and the outside of this one. So that's going to be a Boolean AND in here, like this. We have some erroneous milliseconds. It's a field, but it's not a geometry node, so I'm not sure these should have timings above them. 0.0. Hey, nice, there we go. So that's isolated those bits. Did you change it to Comic Sans? Comic Sans is actually really good for people with ADHD. Oh wait, no, dyslexia, right? It makes it easier for dyslexic people to read. I had no idea. I thought it was just a stupid, like, meme font. I thought it was just, like, for my physics teacher at sixth form always used to use it all the time. We always thought it was so funny. What does that node do? You mean my selection ones? They just basically create an SDF for making different types of selections. Cylinders, boxes, prisms, binormal, stuff like that. Right, curve to mesh. Grab a curved circle. Make this nice and small. And low res, because I'm cheap. There we go, and we'll just join this onto the original. Oops, the original can. There we go. Nice, good stuff. There we go, a little bit fatter. Nice. I want to get smooth shading and a chrome material on all of it. So we'll just use my matte smooth node. It literally just does a set shade smooth and something else. Set material. Utilities, matte smooth. I can never find stuff in these lists. Alright. And I can just set this one to chrome. Cool, that is adequate. I'll take that. Do we want to do anything else here? Like subdivide? Oh, that does look better. Right, just tightens up those normals very slightly. Okay. Comic Sans is every teacher's Helvetica. So true. What are we going to do for like a flue? I kind of want to cut a door hole in here as well. So let's also separate. Yeah, alright. So we're going to grab a geometry, separate components. No, we're not. We're going to grab a geometry, separate geometry. And our selection is going to be a box on the front. So mask, selection box. We're going to grab something like this. And we're going to make it little. So this is like 8 centimeters across. We're going to go for a 4.5 centimeter door. Looking great. Maybe the same in the height. Maybe a little bit shorter actually. No, maybe a little bit taller. And then we can just come across slightly here. Minus 0.04. Cool, cool, cool. Right, let's grab this, and we also want to maybe invert this. Great, so we have a firebox basically, just so that people can throw in twigs and stuff. Oh, we need like a little wood stack. And a flue. Quick question, should I use the transform node or the set position node if I want to move the mesh? Which would be faster to compute? I'm gonna guess they're both about the same. They're both under a millisecond, so use whichever one you want. Just in case you need to rotate though, it might be more useful to use the set position, the transform node. In this case, because I have a specific axis that I want to rotate this part around, I'm going to use set position because it is going to allow me to set this to faces, to set a rotation axis around with my vector rotate node. Vector sets, set position has the advantage of accepting fields. This is true. I mean, it depends what you're after. So I assume because of all of these things, like if you're just doing an offset, they're going to be exactly the same. But set position has like more that you can do with it in general by plugging stuff in, but the transform node has more that you can do with it directly on the node. So I guess it's probably just up to what you want to do. Right, so let's find out where that 3D cursor is. One thing that would be nice is if you could like right click in a vector, and then from the menu just be like use 3D cursor position. Can somebody make an add-on that does that? Does anybody here know how to do that? Because then I could just like shift right click on somewhere, set the cursor position, right click, insert cursor position, and that would be so fast. And do you know who does that? Sverchok. If I add a vector, I can use the vector from the 3D cursor, and there you go. Now you have the 3D cursor position. It's just so useful. Right. That being said, I now need to actually transfer all of these. So we're going with minus 0.022 and minus 0.032. And now that doesn't work. Awesome. Oh, right, because that's in the offset, of course. Let's grab an input position vector. There we go. And this needs to be on the other side, so let's do that. There we go. Can now has an opening. Kind of feel like maybe it wants to be bent as well. Could use drivers to get the 3D cursor position. You could do, but then you've got to like copy driver, paste driver, copy driver, paste driver, copy driver, paste driver, just to get your X, Y, and Z across. And then it's going to be fixed. Like, I don't want it all the time. I don't want this to be like controlled by my 3D cursor position. I want to just like copy my 3D cursor position into this vector, and then I can use it somewhere else. The only time I've ever seen someone work as fast and interface as quickly with the software as you do is a friend of yours with Asperger's. Thank you. That's like really super high praise. I feel like, yeah, people with Asperger's have obviously obviously it's a disability, so difficulty in other places in their lives, but when they're doing their thing, they're doing their thing. Like, you can't beat them. So thank you, that's very kind of you to say. I'm just going to stick on a texture displace. No wait, I'll do a noise displace directly. Here we go. Just want to make this like it's been knocked around a little bit. Vector, that's too much. 0.01. Something like that is probably fine. I actually need this to be a different material because I need it to be able to be scorched. You could do something like make tape to hold the opening of the can. That's true, but if they have a fire in here, I don't want them like dying from noxious gases. This is going to be the burnt metal. Here we go. Burnt metal. And I will set this to a darker metal somewhere. There we go. Cool. I want to have a flue pipe as well. So we're going to chuck that on. You can hover over any value and Control-C, Control-V. This is true. But it would just be nicer if I could like right click, use cursor position. I mean, all of this stuff is exposed to the 3D, to the Python. So if somebody knows Python, I'm sure it's possible for them to do that. Right, okay, I need I'm just going to use a mesh line. And we can turn it into a mesh. We can turn it into a curve and then do bits to it. So I'm going to take this, join these up, and bring this back. All right, so we want this to be like 0.2, something like that. And then, oh, not offset. Okay, I'm just going to use my mesh line because I want the total length to be 0.2. Here we go. 0.2 in the Z direction. Vertices can be like 10. Start can be a little bit higher. 0.05. And now we can input, index, geometry, set position. We're going to be just basically subtract from here down to some number. Thank you for receiving it as a compliment. It was certainly intended. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I have a suspicion that I'm probably on the spectrum, but not like to a degree that it impacts my life, unless the reason that my life is the way it is because of that. I don't know. I don't really read into it too much, but let's go to 20. No, 10's probably fine here. But yeah, I know loads of people who are like pretty much on the spectrum. Like the guy who got me into this was pretty heavily Aspergic back in like 2009. It was him he works for Facebook now, or maybe Meta, but he like got me into Blender. We were like best friends as kids. So I'm going to subtract 6 or 7. And then we're all on the spectrum. This is true, but it's whether or not you're past the threshold of it being a disorder. Like, does it consistently negatively impact your life? I think that's like a really difficult question to answer as well for a lot of people, because it's like their lives are that way because it's like their lives are, obviously there's hardships, but like a lot of people have really, especially these days with computers being so, prominent in our societies, that's really allowed them to thrive, which is amazing. I think it's so good. Let's multiply this and we'll add this into a combine XYZ in the Y direction into the offset. And this should give us a little bit of a sticky out at the end. There we go, something like that. Should be fine. Maybe we move this whole thing back a little bit as well. Go multiply add instead. Minus 0.0. Oh wait, no, 0.01. There we go. Or maybe 0.02. Cool. Then mesh to curve, curve to mesh. And we just want to have a curve circle in here. Oh boy, too big. Too big. If we're going with like 15 mil copper pipe, that's going to be 0.0075. And so at the corner, we want to have a section which is slightly larger. So if I use a trim curve on here, and then a separate one of these here with like 0.085, and then we can join this up as well. Now we can, there we go, we can pull this up a little bit, give ourselves a little corner piece on that. I know this would be like soldered and stuff, but I'm not going to go to that extent, or am I? No, surely not. Unless, it would probably be quite easy to actually. The threshold is basically if you can keep a partner or if your special interests are taking up too much time. If my special interests are taking up too much time, I use Blender like 15 hours a day, every day, for the past like 2 years. I do not do anything else. Nor would I want to. It's such a strange way of living, but like, and I know it's like, oh, work-life balance, what is that? But like, seriously, what is that? I don't know. There's like, oh, why would I want to do anything else? That's what I don't understand. Like, I get to spend every day only being creative, or pretending I'm a creative. It's great. All right. If I take the top and the bottom ring of this, then I can turn those into curves, and then I can put on like a lumpy thing so it looks like it's actually soldered. And maybe I can do one at the bottom as well. It's all going so well. Right, let's grab this. We'll see. Probably Steve Jobs. I'm not sure about Steve Jobs. He was a special case of, I don't know. I've not seen enough about him, but certainly something was up. He wasn't like most people. Right. Let's just look at this one for a moment. Let's grab. No, I can probably just do it by. No, it's probably cleaner to do it by index. So let's go and separate geometry. No, delete geometry. We're going to just delete the middle points, right? So index. In here, let's grab a compare floats into the selection equals 32 plus 16 is 48. With 16 on each. Oh my god. Does that actually work? It's 15.5. Oi. 47 with 16. Damn it. We're so close. 47.5. There we go. That's the one. That's the ticket. Steve Jobs. Probably. Hey, Dark. How's it going, bud? You can use multiple comments, I guess, if you want. Yeah. I've never actually banned anybody from the chat. Is that possible? Yeah, you're asking for it though, bud. Mesh to curve. Curve to mesh. And then we're going to chuck on yet another circle. Let's make this nice and small, 0.001, something like that. Make it even less big, and we're going to chuck on some high density, high resolution noise. Vector utilities, here we go. Displace noise. Yoi. Much smaller. Much higher res. Oh wait, no, we can probably I'm so confused by the chat. Like, we're good. Let's just randomize the position, which I can actually do. Someone who spams more than you. No, nobody. Set position. Let's offset this with a random vector. Utilities, vector random. Here we go. You need to say something. Wow. You're either drunk or young. 0.0. Whoa, too much. 0.005. Here we go. Nice and lumpy. Nice. And then, oh fucking hell. Sorry, pardon my French. Let's just do that. Sorry, I just couldn't be bothered with that. Right, mesh, subdivision surface. Whose man is this? Here the index equals node Oh, right, over here on the delete. So basically I have all of this. My indices go like, the first loop is 0 to 32. Second one, sorry, 0 to 31. Let's make this here 31. And then the second loop in here, this one is 32 to 63. And this final one is going to be 64 to 96, right? So these are the indices of the actual vectors themselves. So what I did was I picked the middle of this, and I'm trying to delete this middle ring basically. So I basically took the middle of this, which is 47.5, because this is starting at 0, so it's actually kind of like offset by half. And then the equals, the epsilon, sorry, is your Boolean. What am I talking about? The epsilon is your range on each side of that. So if you set that to 16, then you're going to get 32 because you're going down 16 and up 16. So now you're going to basically be taking anything which is from like 31.5 to 63.5, which is this index range. So you can use the float compare set to equals to basically take like a chunk out. So we can delete every one of those middle vertices, which gets rid of all of the edges that we don't want. Could you please teach us how to make a simple while loop which takes two math functions as inputs? I don't really know what that means. Sorry. Getting a combine XYZ. Oh, but that's just using the drivers, isn't it, Pringle Tingle? Because the issue is, I'm going to move my 3D cursor continuously to find different locations. I don't want it to be driven. I want it to just copy it whenever I want, specifically at that time. But then I'm going to move it later, so I don't want it to be driven because it's going to be yeah, because I want to use it in like multiple places. Anyway, but thanks for coming up with that. The butterfly was only an effect. Right, let's grab mesh matte smooth. Here we go. The while loop is not possible. Thanks for thanks for letting me know. I don't even know what a while loop is. Like, is that a for each, or is that like I don't really know. Right then. This doesn't really look correct, but we'll go with it. Just a simple while loop will do the work. Somebody explain to me. Just telling me a while loop repeatedly does not help me know what a while loop actually does. Let's see. The butterfly's in the looking glass, nice. I guess I should probably add another one of these loops down below. Yeah, I know loops are not possible. I'm just, I've never heard of a while loop. I've only seen like the serial and parallel ones done, or like for each and parallel, or serial. Oh, I see. So it's just like is it a serial loop? Like it'll repeat it until you have like a break condition. This does not look good. Right, let's I wish I could make a selection, and you know how like in 3D, if you scale something down, it scales it down towards the like the average location. I really need to have a way of doing this in geometry nodes for selections, because if I like select these, or like I want them to go down to their individual origins, you know. Let's have a think. I might just need to scale each one down individually and then also move it. And I'll do this on this bit here. So let's grab another set position. I'm going to take my position. Oh, without an iterator. Oh, interesting. Got you. So input position, let's grab this, and we need to be scaling these down. Into here we go. 1, 1, 1. So if I scale these down like in the Z at all, oh wait, maybe I don't. Maybe I can get away without doing it in the Z. That would be fine actually. We just need to come in. That top one's broken. I just need to move it. Scale by normal. Is that going to work on just an edge? Do you know, it might do actually. So we're just going to add. Oh wait, I don't even need to do that, do I? I can just do this into the offset. Let's have a look. If this works, we'll go with the normal. Vector. Scale. Oh, it's going back towards 0. It's just scaling it down like normal. Yeah, social media outcasts. It's tricky as well because it's like it's hard to not ostracize people like that, and it's like that's specifically why they're doing it, is because they've been ostracized. What's the best way to make this work? I need to find each band's average position and scale it like lerp towards that position. But I think the bounding box will be for the full thing. It won't be per section. All right. When this is greater than 32 or equal, we can mix. I'm just going to manually do this. Yeah, dynamic. That's all good. All good. Color, mix RGB. This is our factor. We've got 2 vectors coming in here. We're going to actually use another one afterwards. Let's make a bit more space. And we also need the position input, so let's go with that. And this is our final positions. So right now everything's going back towards actually 0.5, 0.5, which is not what we want. We want these to be specific positions. Again, I could really do with my copy 3D cursor position to get me a good starting point, but never mind. Interesting. There we go. Right, so that point in here is going to be Z 0.1767 and Y 0.03414 and X 0. Nice. Would it be possible for you to do a Cyberpunk 2077 glitch effect with geometry nodes? Everything in 2077 is a glitch effect, isn't it? Like, where do you even start with that? That's just, like where do you start with that? Alright, let's grab this one as well. So this is going to be 0.02, almost exactly, and 0.1404, there we go. So now we are scaling, now we're cooking on gas. Good stuff. Right. That'll do. That'll do. And yeah, I think it was the dude who got kicked. I wouldn't normally kick people. I'm not. It takes a lot. I mean, people will know from my Discord, like, everything's pretty chill. People are chill. We don't often have instant incidents where people have to get kicked. It's only really like spam bots. But yeah, can't you just align the normal origin, the original normal, to the tangent of the curve? You probably could do. Oh, but it doesn't take into any account like roll, because there's no track axis. There's only like there's no normal. There's no. Wait, what am I talking about? So you normally have like two axes, right? You have like an up and a track. Anyway, right. This will do. This will be fine. I don't need to add any more. Do I? I'm really bad at stopping. I've got an hour. I kind of want to put that like junction at the bottom as well. Let's make another one of these real quick. So trim curve. We can actually, do you know what? I can probably proceduralism. I could do another one in parallel. Join these together. Oh, that's not happy. We go from the bottom down to somewhere like this. There we go. What's up next? So we've got our join geometry. My God, get rid of that viewer. So this is our curve itself, and then we do our curve to mesh. That's good. And then we get our delete geometry. Okay, so we're gonna have to work out a little bit more here. The first one, yeah, this first time it's ever happened in on my streams. We never get them even in like comments on the channel. I think my not to like sound like I'm sucking up or anything, but like my audience is like the best because everybody's just so chill. Everyone's just like hanging out. No, I'm really grateful for everybody here. And I was thinking actually yesterday, oh, this is going to sound like I'm getting bleary-eyed or whatever, but the like my secondary school had 1,000 students, like in total, and like in one of these streams we have like that many people come through the stream just while it's happening to check it out. Like that's such a lot of people. It's crazy, and you get so desensitized to these numbers when you're on like social media and you're always looking at big channels and things like that, making like just crazy numbers, like thousands, tens of thousands of views or likes and stuff. And it's like, I mean, those numbers are obviously ridiculous, but even like 1,000 people is crazy. Like that's 1,000 people who just turned up to be like, just checking out what you're making. Like how weird is that? No, it's nice. I'm very grateful to my audience. I think it's a good crowd. Right, so let's make sure that we are doing some Boolean maths here. We're deleting all in this case, and coming up a bit higher. What are we looking for? That's the 1. Maybe a little bit further. 16, and there we go. 11, 1, oh, 1, 11, 5. There we go. Now we're setting positions. They're scaling in. Not sure if that bottom one needs to move in the right place. Yeah, there. So let's just check the welds. Oh, it's pretty close, but that top one is not where we want it. So we need another mix on here. Another factor. Here we go. And this one is going to be for greater than 62, I think. Making sure we're not breaking anything there. And we're going to come in the side of this one. Center position is like that. Are you serious? That's not copy and pasting? Unbelievable. Wow, error evaluating number. Crazy. Alright, cool. Perfect. Even if you don't understand. So the, like you can set up an array basically of mixes with different indices. So it's like the next one takes the next thing, and then you basically like use the previous one, but then create a rule which masks out the next bunch. So you can just basically, I'm setting like centers, rotation centers. Oof, that's not good. Let's make sure we get away from that. What is this doing? That should not be happening. Remember to like and subscribe. Thank you. Me this one, right? So less than or equal to 31. I'm going to drop this down very slightly. No, I'm not. Okay, 31 is fine in that case. Then this one should be 63. Oh yeah, cool, good stuff. It's spilling out. Right. Let's make sure we have some materials on these. So we have our chrome for the welds. And I need copper for the pipes. Wait, if I... Okay. Where is the tin? Is this the tin? That is the tin, alright. So I need another joint geometry. We're going to just make this one. You're the 100th like. Oh, thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Very kind of you. Right, let's set material. This one is going to be copper. Add new copper. Just make some placeholders here, just so not everything's all white all the time. Something like that. I need to look up what color copper actually is later. Do this, do that, do that. Cut that one. So now, in theory, there we go, cool. It looks, actually that's kind of the right color for copper, nice. That copy was from the AM, yeah. But then you have to like click in, backspace, hit. It's like, what's the point? Like, what's the benefit at that point? Anyway. Cool. Let's, oh, that's a long one. Let's get all of these together, Control J. Let's make this one into our little tin furnace. Tin stove. When did you join the Straight Line Nodes team? With, I think it was 3.0. It was about like August. It's so much better. I used to think the curly noodles were great, but then it's actually like so annoying. They never point where you're actually going. So if you have something like over here, right, and it's going all the way up here, and it's a curly noodle, and you look at what direction it's going in, you can't follow it. You can't follow it at all. At least straight lines go in straight lines. Make a video on node organization. Turn on snapping. Use frames. Color your frames. We've passed 1,000 nodes. We're at 1,050. Wait, 1,151. Going up in the world. Right, let's just make this kind of coppery. Curvy line team. To each their own. It's fine being wrong. I've got nothing against that. Tin is done. Tin can. Right. Let's make some cocktail umbrellas. Let's find out what cocktail umbrellas look like. I don't know if I've ever actually had a drink that came with one. Umbrella. Oh, colourful. Wooden. They're basically toothpicks. I guess it's going to be folded anyway. Yeah, this is going to be easy. It's just a cone with some ruffles and a stick going through the middle. Invisible noodles is next level. I'm excited for invisible noodles. The hidden noodles. I'm good for it. Right then. Wow, we are going through our list. We've only got 22 things left to make. Great. I'm going to get rid of rulers. We don't need those. You're going to understand that this is a small space. Don't know if I'll have the grater or the peeler, but we may make like a butter knife or something, like a plastic knife. Plastic, like takeaway cutlery. That might be fun. Geometry Nodes is not as powerful as Cinema 4D. True. Very true. But wasn't 20 things left an hour ago? I think there was 20, probably 21 things an hour ago. I'm a slow worker. Fabric pouch hammock, Lego vintage perfume. That'll be a fun one. Let's start with cocktail umbrella. It's because people keep suggesting cool things to add. Right. Mesh primitive. What am I after? A cone. Cinema 4D has MoGraph, so I guess you have something which is pretty close, to be honest. Not necessarily to geometry nodes, but to like procedural workflows. Do you know what, like a tape measure might be a nice, like an elevator that they can just like hop on the tape measure and it'll roll down to the bottom. Maybe after November I do a little bit of manual modeling stuff, like adding mice and making a little animation of it. I think that might be fun. Geometry node speedruns. I'm going to be bad. I'm so, like, genuinely so slow at geometry nodes. Right, depth of this is tiny, 0.005. No, 0.05. I mean, we do the Blender Royale on Discord, so that's like 45 minutes of speed running. Generally people do like normal modeling, but the last one I did, I was using geometry nodes. I made a little side scroller thing where you had like a car that traveled over a sort of lunar landscape. Pretty neat. Anyway, let's get rid of the bottom of this, don't need that. And the radius is going to be tiny, 0.02, no, 0.01. Here we go, and we're going to flip it upside down. There we go. Oh, man, I'm getting hungry. Anybody else feeling peckish? I could really go with some, like, battered halloumi, like deep fried halloumi. Oh. Yes, there's going to be Christmas lights. Absolutely. Can somebody come up with a good idea for a Christmas tree? This actually might be a really nice thing to do. How would we do a Christmas tree that's like mouse size? Talking about cheese while Riaz is here. Okay, so I need to work out. I don't know if this is index 0 or 1, but we're going to find out. Hostile Christmas decorations, like spiky baubles. Set position, here we go. We're going to use the toothpicks. Oh, for the tree? Decorated a pine cone, that actually might be a good one. That's about the right size for a little mouse as well, maybe a pine cone. And it's from a pine tree, so that's good. The cocktail umbrella could be a Christmas tree. I think that would be too small. Like, in terms of the scale of everything in the scene, I think the cocktail umbrella is going to be little. Oops. Too little. How did you add that little window which shows all the geometry nodes and the compute time for each node? Alright, so in the description, you can find a link to the node minimap, which is an add-on. And as for the computation time, that comes from me using an experimental branch, but tomorrow, Blender 3.1 Alpha Master will have the computation time in, and you just enable it up in this node overlays. It's funny. I should like keep a count of how many people ask. Right, let's input index math. Got 32 indices, so we're going to find. Does the node minimap work in compositing? It works in everything. It even works in Sverchok. So if you have Python add-ons, it'll pick it up. If I jump into the compositor, you can see I've got it here as well. I guess the compositor is actually something that you use. Which is rare. The node. Oh wait, did you ask the node timings? Oh no, the minimap does, but the timings don't. Yeah, right. Modulo 2, I guess. Oh wait, no, maybe 3. And then equals 1 or 0. Equals 0, that's fine. This can be our selection. Okay, it looks like that bottom one is being picked as well. I want to remove that from our selection. I should actually maybe set this to 4. Because this is divisible by 4. You'd like to see the math set up for a Pinecone. I'm really sorry, but I've already got a Phyllotaxis node that'll basically do it straight away. But I do have a tutorial on how to make this. So if you wanted to make a Phyllotaxis, I do have a tutorial. It uses Sverchok, but the maths is universal, right? So you can just set up the same maths in geometry nodes. But yeah, I can, like, I'll show you. If I just like add something, even just like a plane, right? Like a grid. Instance on points. Do something like this. Rotate these upright. And maybe set the rotation in here. So you can see how you can like really quickly build up plant shapes with this. And you can also set the depth, so it's like, hope you like pine cones. Nice and easy. Cool, so I will use that for the pine cone. But yeah, tutorial on Phyllotaxis, you can find it. It's the Sverchok one with the flowers on the thumbnail. A rosemary sprig as a Christmas tree, that actually might be nice. I will probably do the pine cone, but I do need to add things like sprigs of holly, and rosemary might be nice as well. Rosemary and holly. Yeah, oh my god, this is turning into like such a big scene. This is going to be... I mean, I know we've only just passed 1,000, but I think for the full scene, 5,000 is actually pretty a shy estimate. Did you make the splash screen? Oh, did I make that for the splash screen? I basically made... Yeah, I made the splash screen as a test to see if the Phyllotaxis node works. So that one and the sunflower scene were basically tests to see if the Phyllotaxis node was usable. And I did do the splash screen as the splash screen, like I was intending for it to be the splash screen, although obviously you can't know that in advance. It's just whether or not the developers pick it up. But yeah, for that node, it was basically, for my sake, it was like testing that node to see if it worked. Right, let me remove the bottom from this. Compare floats equals, I think it's number 0. Yes, it is. So I need to actually subtract this one from that one. There we go. And then I need to scale these in, or maybe randomize them, or maybe rotate them, or maybe all of that. So let's take our position, input position. We're going to vector math multiply this by, have you noticed any speed ups in the node tree? Difficult to say without a direct comparison. I think it's, I don't know, like adding new nodes is still fast. Even though we're only at 1,000 nodes, I think it should have slowed down by now. So I think it is a bit faster. We're going to find out though. It was really around like 2,000 nodes that it started to be problematic, that the node tree was getting big. But we will see that. Let's grab a random vector. We're aiming for approximately 1. We can turn off that offset now. And our deviation can pull these in a little bit like this. Maybe change the Z a bit as well. Oh, actually, no, it won't do anything. Right then, let's maybe go a little bit higher. Maybe we can rotate these as well. So vector, rotate. Yeah, no, that's correct. And let's do something like this. Maybe bring these in a bit more. I just want it to feel, is he making a coffee filter? I'm making a cocktail umbrella. The home could just be an unused gift box. Could be. I'm doing it like inside the wall so you get the texture. I want that like really rich texture that basically I want the render to ultimately be something that you can stare at for like 20 minutes and keep finding new things in it. Right, I need to subdivide. No, maybe not yet. I need to find out where my points are. Oh, I need to invert my selection. Am I being dumb? The answer is yes. There we go, something like that. That's kind of umbrella-y. You'd be forgiven for thinking that was an umbrella. Something like that. Maybe we bring this in slightly. A bit less than that though. And at the top of each one of these, I would like, so we're going to go mesh to points with this mesh, and this is our selection. That's too many points. The selection is going to be, god damn it, right, duplicate these. Equals, subtract. There we go, nice, that's what I want. Did Arendelle ever decide if this was still going to be 2 days longer than the 2 days thing? I'm hoping it's, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to do, I'm going to say it's for tiny or small, or I don't even know what the prompts are at this point, but the, I'm going to submit it as a November prompt, but it might take up the rest of my November. So we're just going to see. I would rather do this one really well and see how far I can push it. I would really love to get to the point where Blender is completely unresponsive. That's like my goal with everything I do at this point. Like if you can make Blender crash, you're doing good. But yeah, who did make the first Suzanne? That's a good question. Am I going to have a little door on the skirting board? Probably not. Like the camera is going to be framing this whole thing like an illustration, right? So the assumption is that we're in the sort of front door area, so we won't see that wall. Right, let's instance on points. Some cute little things. And then you'll have my amazing suggestions. We're going to put some icospheres on here, which are going to be tiny, so 1 millimeter across instances. Maybe a little bit bigger. There we go. Maybe these can be scaled up as well. Make a pond of cheese. Are we making like a whole like mouse getaway, like the vacay time for mouse? Funny. Let's make these a smidgen bigger, make this a smidgen smaller, and then we want to scale them in very slightly as well, so we're going to just transform 0.9, just bring them in slightly, 0.8. I kind of want to roll these out a little bit as well. So we can just take the input position, align rotation to Euler, align Euler to vector, to the vector, there we go, to the rotation, to the z-axis, and we can just do a little bit less so they get a little bit of a canter. Maybe they should have sticks as well. A cheese fondue hot tub. I want that. Not even for the mice, that's just for me. That would be so freaking good. I bet it would be really good for your skin as well. Oh my god. Maybe you can create the nodes with something like the Blender logo on top of it. Yeah, we've got a Blender logo node group somewhere. We've got a November node group somewhere as well. I was thinking of doing that on the cup, maybe. Right, let's grab a cube. 0.001, 0.054, something like that. Transform Z minus 0.02. Join these two together. Oh god, that really went wrong. Oh right, it's because this whole join thing, Node Wrangler, it's got to sort itself out with these. There we go. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. 0.03. Minus 0.015. How did you select only the top vertices for instancing? I actually randomized every point around the rim except from some specific points. Although I could have just randomized it in general. I then I used the same mask, so I basically did an index selection where every fourth one, so it goes like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. No wait, 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. And I'm basically picking everywhere that equals 0. So it's going to go 0, and then so it's going to go like 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, and so on. The perfume bottle could spray the Blender logo. Maybe when we do an animation, we can do something with. Because I was thinking of doing like the mouse being able to come down the house, hanging onto a tape measure, so it like, like unrolls itself. So maybe we can do something with a Blender logo there. Something where it like unrolls, or I don't know, like a poster on the wall. Maybe something. I don't know, we'll have to think about it. Your voice reminds me of Bob Ross. Thank you so much. We need to have more happy little accidents, I think. Minus 0.01, 0.02. Is this good? Yeah. All right. So we've got all of our bits and pieces, and then we've got we need basically one up the middle. Oh, we also need, let's set this to 1. We actually need the bottom point, except without that stick. So let me just do this separately. So we need to find index 0, and we're just going to instance the stick on it. No wait, just the ball. Index and modulo. Yeah, index, modulo, that's basically everything you do all the time. Index, modulo, float compare. That's all of your stuff. It seems like you need to drink some water. I don't know why my brain doesn't tell me to drink water. It's just like, wow, my throat's really getting dry. Happy little accidents. Need to make some happy little friends for our umbrella. Yeah, divide and floor as well. If you want to get entire bands matching, like an index per ring. Excuse me. Right, equals, we're just going to grab, oh, not that one. Index equals 0. That's my selection from the cone. Here we go. Oopsie daisy. Join in like this. Good, that's given us the end piece. Isn't that your brain saying you need to drink water? No, it's my body failing. My brain never bothers to tell me. It's like my entire, everything about me is like trying to get away from my physical reality, and then my body is just like, nah, unfortunately that's not going to swing it. Right, I need a like main one up the middle. You used to smoke and now your drinking threshold is too high for normal drinking. Absolutely true. It's just like drink vape juice. Let's add like a cocktail stick up the middle. We'll just add this cone, this cube actually. So let's stick this on and do something like this. Make it a bit bigger. 2 times. That's too much bigger. Like a frog in hot water. Where 1.2, 1.2, here we go, maybe 3, and then we can just like stick the, oh god. There we go. I mean, that's basically a cocktail umbrella, right? There's something like that. Maybe we also just stick it on the ground so that it doesn't stick through the floor. There we go. And what materials are we going for? We need like whites on the ends. That's going to be like a fabric white. So this and yeah, that's fine. So we can just grab another join geometry from both of these. So this is now everywhere that we have the fabric white material. Here we go, set material. We'll just do that like that. This one is, can I view that? That's the actual canopy itself. To continue pause and continue cycles renders, that would be amazingly useful. We should be able to do it though, right? Because there's the thing about being able to cancel or being able to split samples over different things. So I don't see why we can't like pause it at sample 100 and continue at 101 later. I'm sure there's an add-on that does it. Right, set material, this one's going to be a little canopy. New material, this one is going to be, yeah, umbrella. There we go. And this last one is going to be light wood. Hey, Spicy Melon, how's it going? Light wood, there we go. Join these all together. And we got an umbrella. Realize you haven't seen any horror arts made for November. This is true actually, I've only ever seen like quite polite stuff this year. So even last year there was some stuff. Just put a dead mouse, no. Just like its feet sticking up out the end of the bed or something. Umbrella. I discovered the other day that you can't reflect light. Nani? What do you mean? Let's make this orange. Oh, I feel like I'm making everything orange. Let's go pink. All right. Is it worth the time doing procedural modelling with geometry nodes instead of traditional modelling? No, it is not. Don't do it. Don't do as I do, because this is just for November. Oh my wamu. Does anybody know what the instance? Yeah, it's so that you can pick instances by their index within a collection. For example, let me open a new Blender here. So let's say you have a grid, just a regular old grid node, mesh primitive grid. Well, actually, let's do it with a line, it's more obvious. Mesh line. And let's say you have a collection of objects like cylinders and cubes and spheres. And so pick instance lets you choose to, wait, I'll break it down here. So we're instancing a collection relative, here we go. So by default, everything is unticked, and we can see that we have just everything, right? Everything's overlapping. Oops, there we go, everything's overlapping. So we need to first of all separate the children, so everything in this collection, at the first level of this collection, will become an individual object. And then we need to reset the children, potentially, so that zeroes out their transforms, pulls them back to the world origin. And then we can pick instance, and now we can see that we have picked individual instances per thing. But you can see we've got like cube, cylinder, sphere, cube, cylinder, sphere, cube, cylinder, sphere. So if you want to use the index on here, you can grab, for example, if you want to randomize it, you would use a utility random value, set this to integer, check that on there, and now you've got, control over this, and you can randomize how things are distributed. Or you can do other things like set the Z position, so vector separate x, y, z, drop this on here. Senpai, don't worry, I've noticed you, it's all good. And then we're going through a map range on the Z into here, right? So now you can see that you can set a gradient based on the things. So you can pick, you can select by indices the which point gets which thing from the collection. It's very useful. Oh, we are actually starting to get a bit of slowdown. I thought the sockets were supposed to disappear at a certain zoom. Oh, there it is. Certain zoom level. They don't seem to disappear from join geometries though. Eric, are you still in the chat? Just so you're aware, join geometry sockets don't get hidden. Or maybe I don't know if he's here. Just in case, anyway. Let me make a note of that. Join geometry don't get hidden at low zoom. A tiny node tree. Yeah, for if you're instancing a collection on point distribute or distribute points on faces points, those points are generally random enough for you to not be able to tell. What the things are not random, because the actual location of the points is random. However, if you have instance on a grid or a line, then that is a problem. You will notice it and you'll need to manually randomize. Alright, cocktail umbrella. Strike that one off the list. I've got 20 minutes. What are we going to make? Maybe some fairy lights. That might be a fun one to do. Let's go with the fairy lights. I feel like that's the 66 viewers again. The yeah, I don't know what people's fairy lights look like in different countries, but we have nice, like, kind of Christmas, specifically Christmassy ones. If I can find them, Christmas lights. I know not everybody celebrates Christmas, but I do, and I'm making the scene, so that's what we're gonna do. They're just to light it. I can't find the ones I want. They've got like a really nice shape to them. Maybe I need to like search UK. Oh, you didn't get what the problem was. So you know at zoom level, you know like so yeah, at this zoom level I can see or not see all of the sockets. They all get hidden. But the join geometry node does not, its sockets don't get hidden. It's only the join geometry ones that keep all of their sockets, and it's everywhere. It's not just at the end of the trails, it's in the middle as well. So I can still see all of the join geometry sockets, even when all of the other sockets have been disappeared. Even if I, zoom all the way out, I can still see them. Yeah, but it's specifically join geometry. I think I probably have enough other nodes in the scene to say with some confidence that none of the other ones have the same issue. But yeah, just so you're aware. What am I looking for? Maybe they're retro ones. Oh, they kind of like this one. So they have like a little frill, like a little ruff around them. Suspicious connection blocked. Yeah. So I think that's probably what we're going to go for. Yeah, like these. Oh, no, like these. Wow. Oh, are you saying it's the multi-input sockets, do you reckon? No, Boolean loses its ones as well. Boolean's good, but it's just the join geometry. Yeah. So it's not the multi-input socket. I don't know if that node is like registered as a different kind of node. Oh, hello. Also nodes which are minimized. Maybe I need to put this in the chat. So join geometry and minimize nodes. Probably all hidden nodes. Oh, is that what it is? Oh, you're right. It's because I minimize all the hidden ones, right? All the join geometries. You're right, it's the hidden ones. Because that cylinder is getting it as well. Good spot. Right. So these lights are going to be made out of a few different parts, because I obviously got to get the actual plastic shell around them. Right, we're going to do a bit of speed modeling, relatively anyway, because we've got 15 minutes and then I do actually have to go. So we've got our middle section, which looks like this. Trying to draw that a bit less suggestively. And then we have, so that needs to be like the clear plastic. Then we have like a frill around it, which we can do actually similarly to how we made the umbrella. And then we also need like an internal bit here, which is going to cast the actual light. And then we need a back end in here, which is just going to be solid, and this will connect up to the actual cables itself. Oh, that's going to be fun, making the cables work. Right, let's get working. Let's add a cylinder. It's probably easiest, or maybe let's go with the line, curve and curve parameter. Here we go, curve primitive, curve line. Wow, that drawing is huge. I didn't realize I was zoomed out so far. And we're going for direction. Up is fine. Got you for the hidden nodes. No worries. It's probably not very impactful on performance because it's not really something which I do a lot anyway. Most of my nodes are visible. Length here is going to be very small, 0.01, something like that. Oh wait, no, that one, 0.01. And then we can get this with a cylinder. So curve to mesh, set curve radius, curve parameter into a float curve, into the radius, there we go. And then this comes into a curve to mesh with a cylinder, sorry, circle, curve, circle. This can be low res, like 8, it's fine. Go for a 0.05, no wait, 0.005. Something like that. And we also need to resample the line, of course. Resample in here. What is a curve factor? So regardless of what direction your curve goes in, it will have a factor from 0 to 1, which means that you can basically get all of this control, right? So you could set, like specifically at 0.5, it's going to have a radius of whatever, you know, I could do this and you can see that it's getting that bulbous shape from the float curve because it's like essentially remapping that 0 to 1 radius. Very useful. It's kind of what curves have going for them. It's like the curve thing. Yeah, really useful. Right. So we're going full thickness down to, let's grab this one, set this to a vector handle, set another one to a vector handle, and something like this. Maybe fill caps as well. Maybe make this even narrower. Oh, they added a length output as well. They did. So there's a curve parameter length and there's also a spline length, and I think there's a difference with like one of them will give you the length of your overall spline and one of them will give you the length of each segment. So yeah, use as needed. Do something like this and this end can come right up. Let's grab both of these and drag these down. There we go, something like that. It's fine. Cool, that'll do. Wait, a factor for the length, what? Are you serious? Oh, I understand. Maybe. Do I? Oh, I think so. Do I? I think that makes sense because it's like the curve, sample curve, right? So you can switch between length and factor. You mean like that, right? As opposed to the actual curve spline length, which will give you the output for the actual like length in meters for the overall curve. So like if I do this, oh god, things are lagging a bit. If I go my length and divide it by the overall length, then this will give me the same as the factor. That's right, I think. We'll find out at some point. Right, next part, I need to make the frill, the rough around here, something like that. So if we go like 2 up, 2 down, so that's just like index modulate by 2 if we get a cone node. Index mod 4 greater than 2. That's going to be our mask. So mesh primitive cone. Or do we? Yeah, no, I think we do. We can do some extra work to it after. And this is 0.02 across. Seems very small. bottom radius 0.02, 002, top radius 0.01, depth is going to be 0.005. Oh, this is very small. Okay, nice. For doing the sine curve without using the complex derivative stuff. Right, radius can be a little bit smaller as well, 0.06 or something. And let's get rid of the n-gon there. And, oh, maybe I wanted to solidify this. No, I think that's going to be way too hard. And it's not going to make a big difference. I find it so hard to stop myself from going like way too deep into detail. I guess probably a lot of people feel the same. Right, set position of some of these. We're going to be grabbing indices which are greater than the resolution of this, which I will just put in with an input just so that I can change it if I need to. Three or four parts round, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think it's 8. So if we're doing 8 times 4, oh no, that is 32. No, that should work. So we're going to do, let's just check this is correct. Okay, it's not. Let's do the other one. There we go, cool. So that's our top selection. And next we need to actually make it, so it's this one and where the index modulo math node modulo by 4 greater than 2. So that should be just 2 and 3 as being the outputs. And then we can utility boolean math and there we go. And we can just move this down like a millimeter or up a millimeter. There we go. Maybe a little bit higher. Winter is here. You may see snow soon. We don't really see much snow in the UK. It's a pretty sorry state of affairs. And with a white beard. Do you know what? I'm actually down for aging because I think having a white beard looks so cool. I think like that's one of the things which motivates me to get old. Right, let's grab this middle band and scale it out. You had your first snow today? Oh damn. Oh, maybe, do you know what? Maybe I should do this middle band first. Or no, never mind. Let's just do it this way. Let's go position. Separate X, Y, Z. Where Z equals, what are we looking for here? 0.03 with a slight epsilon. There we go. Cries in UAE. Yeah, I guess you never get sun. Never get rain. Snow. Never get snow. This time we're taking our position. We're going to map range, vector map, multiply it by 0 in the Z so that we have just a flat ring. And then also normalize so that we have an actual circle. Oh wait, maybe we... No, that looks fine actually, it's already a circle. That's fine then. Let's go and scale it up a little bit. Something like this, 0.003, 0.025. There we go, something like that. And another subdivide. Surface get rid of that one. Let's do this one as just a regular subdivision. Good stuff. Let's move this down slightly for... There we go. Cool. That's looking approximately correct. Where are we going now? We need the back end of this. Oh wait, we need a little orb in the middle. So this is the finished like cap thing. So the fairy light plastic. New fairy lights. And then, how long do we have? We've got 4 minutes. Okay, we can do it. We can do it. I'm just going to add a cylinder at the back. Mesh primitive cylinder. Oh, she big. 0.002. Depth 0.01. Transform. No, we'll just use an align mesh by mesh because it's just very useful. Stick it on the back. There we go. And I can make this a little bit smaller. Is it normal that your plastic is flat with no volume? It's not normal, but unfortunately there's no solidify. So I can't really do anything else. There's nothing I can do about it. This one is going to be the black plastic. Do I have black plastic? No. Black plastic, here we go. And, hey, Toppich, how's it going, bud? Now we just need a light in the middle. Instances, let's use just an icosphere, that'll be fine. And align mesh by mesh, we're going to put it in the center of this one. Join it up. Put it in the middle. Set position, set material. Don't think we have an emissive one yet, so let's also add a new emissive. Here we go. And made a double helix for the cord and light bulbs. Ah, nice. Yeah, I'm not sure how to get it to work either, because I want it to be so that you have like the helix right along the cord. But then I also want it to go into the back of each light, but it's only supposed to be one that goes into the back of each light. So I'm not sure how it's gonna... I'm not sure how that's gonna work, but we'll see. It will be a job for, not tomorrow, for Thursday. So I'll be streaming again on Thursday. Going with a little one here. Oh, we're going for the middle. There we go. That should be fine. And that's emissive. Let's have a look at how this looks. Let's put on some actual materials here. So we've got a shader emissive like this. It's got to like 10 or something. Why are you creating every... because I think that it's useful having a single node tree. I don't like having multiple node trees. I think it's a waste of my time. But it's obviously faster to use things in a multiple node tree. The small screen in the bottom right is the Node Minimap add-on, and you can find a link for that in the description. Yeah, sometimes it's more useful having stuff as multiple different node trees. But it's only really because of how Blender works. Like, it's actually more useful to have one node tree, in my experience. Like, whenever I make stuff in Sverchok, it's one node tree. Whenever I made stuff in animation nodes a few years ago, it was all one node tree. Yeah, you lose track of stuff as well. It's only a little bit useful, I find. And here we go. Cool. It's my workflow anyway. It's the way that I do things, and I find it works alright. Do you mean performance like how Blender performs? It's definitely worse. Definitely worse. But then I've never actually had a node. I've never done a scene which has as many things as I do here with nodes, but there's separate objects. Because if I'm going to go this far as doing stuff with nodes, I will do it all in a single node tree, because that's like how I find fun. So yeah, I'm not really too sure. Oh, that needs shade smooth as well. Oh, it all needs shade smooth. Mesh. So shade smooth. That's fine for black plastic. Fairy lights can be input. Excuse me. Object info random. That's fine. White noise. Color. That's probably also fine. I'll set this to 1D. Let's put this through a color ramp with a few different colors. Set this to constant. Let's have a look at our fairy lights. So we've got like pink, orange, or red, blue, yellow, green. Pink, orange, blue, yellow, green. Distribute stops from left. Let's grab these, right? Red. Let's just go for red. Pink. Blue. Orange. Yellow. And green. Now I have a spare stop. Let's get rid of that white one. Plug this into our... Ooh. As much as I want to have like the caustics on the wall, I'm alright with not having that. I'm going to use my Archie glass, which is just like transparent and glossy. Here we go. Group, Archie glass. Drop this on here. Maybe it needs to be more frosted. So if we have like an array of these, right? Let's... I don't know if this will help anything, but let's turn it into an instance first. Oh, it probably won't help anything actually. Although it does seem to get rid of the smooth shading. Let's just instance a bunch of these on a grid. See how it looks. Generate Aura Violet axis, because we've got it already. Instance on points. Let's switch these up. There we go, nice. Radius can be like 0.1. Needs a few fewer. Cool. There we go. So we have like proper different coloured lighting, and that should work all right. Even if this is like inside a oh god, where am I? So it seems to be lighting things quite well actually. Now what time is it in the UK? It's just about gone it's just about gone 8 now. So I'm gonna have to wrap this one up. But we're gonna be back, not tomorrow, we're gonna be back in 2 days to continue. Any chance of getting diamond shaped geometry sockets? Eh? Oh, do you mean fields for geometry? Got you. My gut feeling would be no. But we'll see. Right. Join. Let's get rid of these. Control J. Let's make sure we can color these so that we actually find them again. And there we go. Fairy lights. Fairy light bulb. We still need to do all the cables for it. All right, we're starting to get somewhere. Oh, we still have, because we've added 3-4 more things since starting today, and we've only made like 4 things, so we're not really, we're not moving on, but that's fine. It may well be another few streams before I get this to a point where I'm happy with finishing it, but there'll just be more chill streams like today, so hopefully that's alright with you, and I hope you have a good couple of days. I'm gonna probably not use Blender tomorrow, which is going to be interesting. But there we have it. Hope you've had fun, and I will see you in a couple of days. Thanks so much for tuning in, folks. It's been a fun stream. See you later.